Sound check.
A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah, asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pagbati po ng kapayapaan, pagpapala at awa ng Panginoon Diyos sa inyo pong lahat. Tayo po ay magkakapatid, Muslim man, Kristiyano, Hudyo, Lumad, tayo pong lahat ay iisa po ang ating Panginoon Diyos. Akin pong binabati po kayo ng isang magandang umaga. Kasama ko po, nasa tabi ko po, ang atin pong hinahangaan na senador, Senator Pimentel, boss. Ito po ang ating po natin ito eh. Tagahanga po ako ng kanyang ama at tagahanga po niya ako. Boss, meron po kayong...
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Andito lang po ako para sumuporta at makinig sa ating talakayan. Good morning, Secretary Carlos and our guest. Magandang umaga po.
Gusto ko lang pong i-welcome, salubungin ang atin pong mga bisita ngayon. Una na po ang tagahanga ako ni Senator Pimentel. Ito po, noong panahon na nung eleksyon, sa lahat ng... nandito na pala si Senator Bato. Senator Bato, magandang umaga po.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning sa lahat ng ating mga resource persons. Magandang umaga po.
Senator, kasalukuyan ko pong pinakikilala yung akin pong idol. Idol ko po ito. Kahit na anong busy ko nung kampanya noon, basta meron siyang ginigisa, meron siyang sa TV. Nandun na ako, miss, pinare-record ko pa. Gusto ko kasing madinig lahat ang kanyang mga sinasabi dahil lahat ng lumalabas sa kanyang bibig ay pawang katotohanan at meron tayong matututunan. Kasama po natin ngayon si Secretary Clarita R. Carlos, PhD. Ma'am, magandang umaga po.
Thank you very much. Talagang napaka-deeply touching ang iyong mga pangungusap, Senator Robin. At actually, mutual admiration tayo. Kasi kung hindi mo ako inimbita dito, magbo-volunteer talaga ako sa iyo na imbitahin mo ako.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Siguro po sa past life, we are best friends.
I'm sure more than best friends. Sabi ko nga, kung mas bata lang ako, liligawan ko to.
Sinasagot na kita. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Opo. Kasama din po natin ang Deputy Secretary, si Michael Eric Castillo. Siya po ang Deputy Director General for Operations ng NSC.
Good morning, Senator Robin. Good morning, Senator Coco. At sa Senator Bato at sa ating other online participants.
Kasama din po natin si Attorney Ronel Co, Designated Head Legal and Legislative Liaison. Magandang umaga po.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Senator Pimentel.
At makakasama din po natin si Ma'am Sulita Munsod na on the way na po siya, nagpapa-antigen lang. Una po, gusto ko lamang pong magbigay ng konting pahayag bago po natin madinig ang ating idolo. Senator Pimentel, Senator Bato, pagpasensyahan niyo po ako, maglalabas lang ako ng konting sama ng loob sa mga nagaganap sapagkat hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit hirap na hirap ang Senado na mag-imbita ng ibang sekretary. Marami po tayong inimbitahan. Nandiyan po ang sa DOE, inimbitahan din po natin ang kung meron silang maipapadala sa NEDA. Hindi ko po alam sapagkat itong konstitusyon na ito kasi, ito kasing konstitusyon natin ngayon sa 1987. Ang sinasabi nito, merong balancing kapangyarihan ang legislative at ang executive. Ibig sabihin, pantay tayo ng kapangyarihan. Kapag ka iniimbita sana itong mga tiga-executive, sana po ay pagbibigyan nyo kami. Sapagkat hindi naman po kami dito mga marites o parites. Yung pong aming gusto naming talakayin kasama po kayo ay patungkol po sa konstitusyon. At itong bagay na ito ay hindi po ito isang bagay na isinasantabi. Sapagkat saligang batas po ito. Kaya po dito na naman pumapasok na kahit anong gusto kong gawin na pumantay diyan sa 1987 Constitution, sumasama ang loob ko. Kaya ang nangyayari, ipinipilit kong baguhin natin ito. Kasi kung ganito ang sistema, na para tayo nagmamakaawa dito sa executive, na para makasama lang natin, sana mag-parliamentary na lang tayo. Dahil sa parliamentary, obligado silang humarap at iisa na ang executive at ang legislative. At bawat linggo, nandyan sila sa harap natin, pwede natin silang questionin. Pwede natin silang makapanayam ng magandang usapan. Napakahirap yung ganito. Susulatan lang nila tayo. Pakita nga yung sulat. Nasaan yung sulat? Eto, salamat po ma'am. Hindi po maintulo ko ha. Baka akala nyo. Ito ang sulat ng isang secretary. We thank you, Senator, for the invitation. In as much as we have had no opportunity to consider and review the House and Senate resolutions in relation to the mandate of the Department of Energy, may we respectfully request that we may be allowed to submit written comments at a later date after due internal study. Ayun, mga kapatid kong senador, sulat lang ang katapat natin sa ating imbitasyon. Kaya po sana, akin din pong pinasasalamatan ng atin pong si Senator Tolentino, kasama din po natin siya. Senator Tolentino, mabuhay po.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga po.
Tutuloy ko lamang po yung aking medyo pagpasensyahan lang niyo ako mga kasama ko kasi talagang napakasensitibo. Unang-una, tingnan nyo, napakaganda ng itsura namin dito. Ako nasa majority, nandito ang aking hinahangaan, nasa minority. Interesado kami dito sa usapin na ito. Yung inaantay namin, mambihira, oo. Sana magbigay po kayo ng interest dahil ang bill din na pag-uusapan po natin dito ay galing din kay Win Gatchalian, kay Senator Win Gatchalian na nasa majority din. Ang akala ko, kaalyado natin tong mga nasa executive. Kung kaalyado namin talaga kayo, siputin nyo kami. Pambihira, oo. Napakahirap po ng sitwasyon natin. Gusto natin bumalanse. Pero kung ganyan naman ang maaabutan namin dito, mag-parliamentary na ho tayo. Wala na ho akong pag-uusapan dito, kundi mag-parliamentary na tayo. Para harap-harapan tayo. Ang hirap ng ganito, taguan eh. Hindi ako sanay sa taguan. Baka sir, gusto niyo pong magsalita para lumabig lang ng konti ang sitwasyon.
Maganda pa yung sinabi niyo, Mr. Chairman. Tsaka mabuti nandito rin si Senator De La Rosa kahit online. Na-witness namin kahapon yung yung init ng ulo ng isa pang chairman natin sa Agriculture Committee na halos hindi umusad yung hearing kasi sa galit na galit nga siya sa reports ng mga heads of the agencies to implement laws. So, andun din si Senator Padilla kahapon eh. Alam ko katabi niya si Chairperson Villar eh. Which, yung ganong situation could really be, hindi ko sinasabing panacea, no, nasagot lahat ng problema, but improved by the parliamentary system being mentioned by our chairman. Kasi yung head of agency, head of the department, implementing the laws passed by the parliament or legislature belongs to the parliament in a parliamentary system. Therefore, una sa lahat, he could have been the nominee of the majority group in the parliament. Therefore, the head of the department or government agency shares in the wisdom, in the philosophy of the law and programs and activities authorized by parliament. So yun na yun, you share it eh. That's why you get appointed to it. Therefore, your mission is to implement it. Yan po ang nakikita ko rin benefits ng parliamentary system. The merging or fusion of legislative and executive powers. May ganun. May nag-overlap po sila. So unlike now, nakikita natin, purely presidential tayo, appointed by the executive branch, it's as if it's as if they're also a compartment na ito amin dito kayo. So we create laws, they do not implement it, we are the failure. The legislature is the failure. Hindi kayo nararamdaman ng taong bayan. Ang ginagawa nyo, hindi namin nararamdaman. Totoo, kasi tayo naman, tuturo natin ng executive. Hindi nila kasi ini-implement eh. While in a parliamentary system, walang takas. It's the government of the day which is determined by the majority in parliament. So ang sabihin ng taong bayan, hindi namin nararamdaman ang programa ninyo because mali ang wisdom ninyo, mali ang priorities ninyo, or palpak kayong mga majority in the legislature, therefore we demand elections to change you. Ganun po yun. So, actually, I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. Wala akong problema sa parliamentary system. I think it's better for the Philippine culture din Yung flexibility. We can make a mistake in an election and we can correct it after two years down the road. Two to 3 years down the road, we can correct it in a parliamentary system. Pwede nga 1 year down the road. So, ganun po yun. Yun po yung nakikita kong benefit po sa Republika ng Pilipinas if we adopt a parliamentary system. Ibang usapan naman yan sa federal, because federal is central national relationship with regional states. So, but parliamentary is the fusion of or the sharing of powers between legislative and executive. At saka, ito na yung totoo na when you call the Congress as the representatives of the people, yun ang totoo sa parliamentary. Oo, yun ang totoo. Kasi, di ba, even the executive branch is determined by the legislative will and the members of the legislature are representatives of the people. So, mas maganda po yun, Mr. Chairman. So, I agree with you. Concentrate. We also concentrate on a proposal to adopt a parliamentary form of government. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Pimentel. Napakaganda po nung pagkakapaliwanag. Yan po ang ating bar top notcher. Napakasarap pakinggan. Maraming salamat po. Senator Bato, po, ang aking pong idolo. General, Senator, kayo po.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hindi po ako Bartap Natser. Pulis lang po ako. Pero hindi ko pahuhupain yung init ng yung damdamin. Yung bugso na yung damdamin. Bagkos ay ito'y dadagdagan ko pa. Dahil nga hindi init yung iyong ulo kapag sana itong taga-executive branch of government ay lahat tayo ay nag-o-observe ng co-equality, yung doctrine of co-equality. We are co-equal branch of government and we should respect each other. Pag nag-imbita tayo, dapat they should also attend to our invitation. Dahil nga, unless otherwise, they are thinking that the executive branch is over and above the legislative branch of government, ay pwede siguro tayo isnab-isnabin at hindi pansinin yung ating imbitasyon. Pero pareho lang po tayo kung equal branch of government tayo, kaya we deserve the courtesy sa ating isa't isa. Kaya yun lang, Mr. Chairman, sana i-observe natin yan at i-remind natin sila na hindi po niyo kami bata-bata. Kami po co-equal ninyo, kaya we deserve your attention. Huwag po ninyo kaming isnabin palagi dahil baka iniisip ninyo you are over and above the legislative branch of government. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Bato. Nagsesenyasan po kami dito. Kayo lamang daw po ang nag-iisang 8-star general.
Alam yan ni Senator Coco Pimentel, Mr. Chair. Yung minority leader ang unang nakapansin yan.
Maraming salamat po, sir. Senator Tolentino, meron po kayong gustong idagdag?
Wala po siguro, but I associate myself with the previous statements made by our colleagues, including Senator Pimentel and Senator De La Rosa, and of course our chairman. I would have cited several parliamentary or Senate exchanges here decades ago. Nawala lang yung notes ko, Mr. Chairman. It would involve the same issues raised when the senators then were Hil J. Puyat, Primicias, including the elder Ferdinand Marcos decades ago. But again, to abbreviate these proceedings, I just would associate myself with the previous statements, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Tolentino. Gusto ko lamang pong batiin ang pagdating po ng ating pong bisita, Professor Sulita Colas Monsot. Magandang umaga po. At kasama din po natin online si Orion Perez Dumdum. Okay. Atin po ngayon na medyo humupa na po ang aming mga hindi naman po yan galit kundi hinaing. Hinaing po. At gusto lamang po naming mas mapaliwanagan ang ating mga kababayan na pantay lang po ang kapangyarihan ng legislative at ng executive. Wala pong mas mataas dito. Tama po yung sinabi ni Senator Coco Pimentel at ni Senator Bato at ni Senator Tolentino na hindi po kami bata-bata ng sinuman. Hindi po kami tituta ng sinuman dito. Kami po ay nagtatrabaho. At yung susundan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Senator Coco na alam niyo po, napakadami pong napakagandang batas. Lalong-lalo na po yan yung patungkol sa agrikultura. At kahapon, narinig ko po lahat yung napakagandang batas na yon na hindi po nai-implement. Hindi po nagagawa. Hindi po kasalanan yan ng mga senador o mga congressman. Kasalanan na po yan ng executive. Yung mga hindi po nakaka-perform. Bilyon-bilyon po pondo ng para sa mga magsasaka. Pero hindi po nagagawa. Hindi natin malaman kung anong problema ng mga tao dyan sa executive. Kung gusto nyo ng silipan, maghapon tayo magsilipan kung gusto niyo. Tapos, sasabihin sa akin ng mga tao sa paligid, ganito gawin mo, gumanti ka. Kausapin mo yung mga nasa commission and appointments. Pagdating sa budget, harangin nyo, bigyan mo 0. Hindi naman natin pwedeng gawin yon kasi ang magtatamaan po dyan ay yung taong bayan. Kasi ang prioridad po natin palagi, tandaan po natin, ang taong bayan. Kasi po, kaya naman po tayo nang gagalaiti dito dahil itong Constitutional Amendment and Revision na committee na to, ang nakasalalay po dito ay future ng Pilipinas. Hindi po future namin ng mga senador o kung sino man. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin kung tayo ba ay magbabago o hindi. Kung mga ganitong sistema, payag na ba tayo dito o hindi? Yun lang po. Kaya po, pakikinggan na po natin ang ating pong unang bisita. Ma'am, meron pa ba tayong online? Lahat ba ito? O sige po, ano lang. Ma'am, ating secretary, Comsec, paki-acknowledge lang po. Sorry po, Ma'am Secretary, acknowledge lang po namin. Baka sakaling may nagising po sa ating mga...
Good morning. We would like to acknowledge our resource persons that are online today. Representing Secretary Arsenio Balisacan from the National Economic and Development Authority, NEDA. We have Director Bien Ganapin, Trade Service Industry Staff. We have Director Reverie Pure Sapain, OIC Director Governance Staff. Director Remedios Endencia, Director 4 of the Regional Development Staff. From representing Secretary Benjamin E. Jokno of the Department of Finance, we have Assistant Secretary Valerie Joy Brion, Domestic Finance Group and Legislative Liaison. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Salamat po, maraming salamat po. Papakinggan na po natin ang ating pong bisita, ang ating pong kalihim na masasabi pong pinakamahalaga na kalihim po natin dahil ang usapin po dito ay seguridad ng ating bansa. Ang ating pong pinakamamahal, Secretary Clarita R. Carlos. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator Padilla. Just to repeat, if the senator had not invited me, I would have volunteered to come. Mainly because many, many years ago, starting in 1989, I was already part of a group composed of your father, very good friend, Nene Pimentel, Pepe Abueva, our UP president, and several others who went around the whole archipelago doing political education. Why did I say it was political education? Because we were not really like advocating federal and parliamentary system. We were really laying down the groundwork for a future referendum when the population would be asked in regard to constitutional changes. And so whenever we have these interactions, I would always be the curtain raiser, the first one to introduce the subject area on federalism and parliamentary systems. So what you really need to realize is that a democracy can only work because you have informed citizenry. After all the government authorities come from the people, and I think that is enshrined in our Constitution. So anything that the people grants to the government, it can also take away. That is the reason why you have recall, you have impeachment, and the like, so that even if you had been elected by X number of votes, there are also mechanisms by which you may be not elected anymore. And that brings us to the question of why are we revising our Constitution? Well, the quick and dirty answer there, I use the term quick and dirty because it's the one we use as social scientist, Senator, to mean that we had very little time and therefore I have to truncate my responses. I know I can deliver a whole session here of my lecture, but I know that there are many other resource persons. And I hope you will invite me another time so we can continue this conversation on many, many aspects of the changes that you want undertaken. Structures are very important. Structures are really the institutions within which you envelope or you embrace individuals and groups, and the structures will define the limits to action. They will define the floor and they will define the ceiling, the bottom and the top, so that an individual, when given a particular structure, like if this were a glass, the individual knows that it can only work within the structure of the glass, like this cylinder. Like, you talk of the leche flan, which can be formed in different configuration. If you form it in an oblong, the milk and the sugar will only work along the edges of the oblong or whatever shape the leche flan will take. That is the nature of structure. Now, if you put warm bodies in structure, then the warm bodies will have to align within the structure. And when they so align within the structure, you invariably change their behavior. So the basic groundwork, Senator, of the changes that you want would really be this philosophical perspective that structures will result in behavior change. That's the reason why we're revising the Constitution. Because what you have seen from 1987 is that there had been a lot of things that we have done and not done, and we think that a change is in order. And the change can only come from changing the relationship among structures. And I think you hit on one of the major relationship, and that is between the executive and the legislature. Now, people seem to get confused in regard to federal and parliamentary systems. I think you mentioned that already, Senator Pimentel. When you talk of federal systems, you really talk of the relationship between the national government and the subnational units. So when you talk of a parliamentary system, you're talking about the relationship between the executive and the legislature. Okay, what is the difference between a presidential system and a parliamentary system? Siguro, konting kasaysayan. Nag-umpisa ang parliamentary system sa tinatawag na Mother of Parliament, Great Britain. Nagkaroon sila ng bloodless revolution in 1688, where once upon a time, it was the king who declared the law. And I'm sure you remember the divine rights of kings, Senator Robin. The divine rights of kings simply declares that the kings represent God, and therefore, whatever the king says is law. But they had this glorious revolution, and so they constituted what is called the parliament. The word parliament comes from the French term parler, P-A-R-L-E-R, which means to talk. That's why parliament is a talking environment. You talk. if you zipper your mouth there, I mean, you'll be ousted in the next election because that's why no bobo can be member of parliament, by the way. I'm sorry for the use of the word, but I cannot find any other one which is appropriate. Meaning somebody who has nothing between his ears will eventually be kicked out of the parliament because he will not be able to converse, he will not be able to exchange views, he will not be able to sustain the question hour, which will happen. I think you mentioned that a while back, because in the question hour, every member of the parliament will be asked, what have you done in agriculture? What have you done in health services? And the like, and will be made accountable for what he has or has not done. So, the beauty of this is just starting to unravel. And I wish this would be a continuing conversation, Senator, so that, this will require many, many sessions, I assure you, because I'm just truncating my thoughts now. I'm putting them all together, and then maybe later on, I will spell them out in more detail, if not in this session, in some other sessions. All right. What is the other outstanding quality of a parliamentary system? The fundamental principle is parliament is supreme, which means whatever the parliament declares is law. Of course, if you have a dual executive, then the executive, who is a ceremonial executive, will give his or her imprimatur, but as only pro forma. You recall Queen Elizabeth? Queen Elizabeth will dare not give the royal assent. It is given as a matter of course, because it's been taken away from the royals. They are just there for, I don't know, maybe for decoration, and for us to gossip about, and find out what dresses they're wearing. But if in a parliamentary system, you will have two executives, the one who will be there when your prime minister is kicked out of office and when the government of the day is not there, and therefore you have a president there who will be the bridge towards the next government of the day. I will expand on this later because I have limited time. But yes, Parliament declares today, the next Parliament can repeal. That is how powerful the Parliament is. That is the essence, that is the vortex of the principle of Parliament is supreme. So, any law can be repealed at a later time. Do you recall Great Britain getting out of the European Union? That was a decision of the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party went to the people and said, if you elect the Conservative Party members, we are going to get Britain out of the EU. And the people voted the Conservative Party members. Did they vote for Theresa May, who was the Prime Minister at the time, or Boris Johnson as Premier? No, they voted for these two people as members of Parliament. It only happened that both Theresa May and Boris Johnson were leaders of their political party. And when they constituted the majority in the parliament, the leader became the premier. That goes for every other parliamentary system. Whoever is the head of the majority party or a coalition of politics becomes the premier. And the premier is the head of government. The president is the chief of state. All right. The other pluses of parliamentary system, and has been noted by Senator Padilla, is that there is a fusion of the executive and the legislature. You are not electing an executive because the prime minister will elect from among the majority party members the heads of his cabinet. If you'll notice, if you've been to Great Britain, or if you have seen it, as they are being videoed, you'll notice that the configuration is something like this, although the walkway is a little bit bigger, maybe double this. That's the reason why there is a term called crossing the aisle, isn't it? Because that is the aisle. If you cross the aisle, you actually change your political color. So let us assume the speaker is there. Whoever is seated to the right of the speaker is the government of the day. You are the premier. I am the shadow government. I am the head of the minority party. At any time you are ousted, we will exchange places. And let us say Senator Pimentel is seated there as the head of housing. Opposite from him would be Professor Monsod, who will be the housing minister if and when your government is ousted. Do you see, even just looking at the parliament in a process, you already have a story there. isn't it? A lot of stories there. The concept of rightists and leftists came from that. Whoever is in the right of the speaker wants to keep the status quo. You want to be the government of the day. The one who is on the left of the speaker wants to change the status quo. We are the shadow government. I want to change you. I want to be the next premier. So, all right. What is the other beautiful part about parliamentary system? There will be no notion of term limits. If you're elected as a member of parliament, you can be elected for as long as you are alive or can continue to discourse in parliament. And you're elected by your electoral district, by the way. If you do not perform, of course, the next time you are not elected. And the best part about that is you don't even need to spend for your election because it is the political party to which you will plug your umbilical cord because it will pay for your campaign expenses, your radio and TV time. But beware, if Eric here is a member of the political party, I'll tell him, Eric, ha, bayaran ko yung campaign expenses mo, ha, and radio and TV time mo. Pero kwidaw ka, whenever you are in parliament, you got to toe the party line. Which means, if we are, let us say, against abortion, dapat against abortion tayo. Yun ang party line. Kung hindi, tumiwalag ka sa party. Do you see? Party discipline. Kasi hawak ko na siya, ako nagasto sa kanya. Okay. And the other better part of this election is that we're not going through a very torturous, ano ba yun? Parang 3 months na election na naubos na yung salapi mo, hindi pa matapos yung campaign. The usual campaign period is only 2 weeks. After the parliament is dissolved, within 10 to 12 days, meron ka ng bagong parliament. Because you only go to the electoral district and you campaign on the electoral district. You are not campaigning in the whole Great Britain and Northern Ireland. You are campaigning only in your electoral district. So you don't need 3 months to do that. No term limits. There will be no, even political dynasties will be irrelevant. Why? You have political dynasties and the empirical evidence supports me here. Orion, are you there? I'm sure you can say more about that later. But the reason why you have political dynasties is because you have term limits. You told people that ikaw ganitong taon ka lang pwedeng elect. Sabihin, ako, ang ganda sana ng gagawin ko. Itong kapatid ko si Eric, siya na nga ang aking sunod na mag-elect, no? Mag-campaign. At marami na akong naitanim na mga magagandang mga proyekto. Siyempre, Eric is more likely to be elected. Not so much because we have the same surname, Carlos, but because he just followed through what I earlier started. Why will there be no political dynasties? Which is so antithetical, by the way, to democracy. Because you can only be elected by the electoral district. Never mind that your surname is the same as mine. Do you see? These are really the things that we have to think about. And I think if we're talking about strategic communication, Senator Padilla, this is how we should sell it. No term limits, no political dynasties. These are irrelevant issues in a parliamentary system. Okay, I don't know how much more I can go deeply on this, but do I have the time?
Opo.
Okay. All right. What else does a parliamentary system require? It needs a very, very strong bureaucracy. That is the reason why in parliamentary systems you have what is called permanent secretaries, because it's not the case here where when you have a change of administration, you change everybody up to director. Do you know, I wrote a book, by the way, Senator Padilla, on bureaucratic reform. I'll give you copies, no? Sorry sa commercial, ha? Pero doon, nakita ko ang presidente will appoint upwards of 5,000 positions. I'm sure, Senator Pimentel and Padilla, you know that mag-choose nga lang tayo ng 10, nahihirapan tayo. Isipin mo, 5,000 yung papakailaman mo every time there is a change in administration. And that's now it's not going to be. In a parliamentary system, only the head of the department, only the head of the ministry will change. And there will be continuing policy because the permanent secretaries will be the ones that will continue the policy, and it's only the direction that the head of the ministry that will direct. Do you see the beauty of all this? The bureaucracy is king in a parliamentary system. That's why when you talk about implementation, never mind that the cabinet secretaries are changing, it's really the bureaucracy under them who will continue under the continuing rules of the game or the rules of, well, the rules of the civil service or the rules of the bureaucracy. So when we adopt the parliamentary system, all these concomitants we really have to put in together. You cannot adopt them like fragmented, like with all due respect, you cannot revise the Constitution piece by piece or fragmented. Let's talk of the Constitution like an organism, like a human body. Meron siyang sakit sa kanyang puso, may sakit siya sa kanyang kidney. Wag lang yun ang pakailaman mo. Pakailaman mo lahat kasi infirm siya eh. Kasi yung puso niya at saka yung kidney niya, meron siyang relationship, di ba? So hindi mo pwedeng galawin yung economic provisions kasi yung economic provisions, nakatukod siya sa political and social provisions. Hindi ba? So hindi siya pwedeng stand alone. Papalitan mo yung economic. Tapos yung iba hindi mo siya papakailaman. When we are going to revise the Constitution, dapat omnibus ang revision mo. Kasi bawat section doon na papalitan mo, ay meron siya mga pinsan sa other sections. Mag-move lahat siya eh. They will all be moving parts. So, I'm sorry, I apologize if I go against the notion that you can in fact revise the Constitution piecemeal, you can't. Otherwise, we will be wasting our time, and some other time, we will again revise the Constitution. And we don't like to do that. You know, revising the Constitution is not like suddenly, we scratch our head. Sa ligang batas po natin yan. It's the basic law of the land. It is not revised willy-nilly. It's not as if, ganito yung kapritsyo natin ngayon, we change it. No, we don't. We're changing it because we want structural change. We want structural change because we want behavior change. I think I shall conclude at that point. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po sa aming kalihim. Napakaganda po ng inyong pagpapaliwanag, lalong-lalo na po doon sa usapin na magkaharap na yung dalawa. Hindi po nagtataguan. Napakaganda po nun. Kasi yun po ang gusto ng ating mga kababayan, na gusto nila, marinig nila, na sa bibig mismo ng mga pinuno nila kung ano yung mga plano nila ng harapan. Hindi po pwede na dadaan pa muna sa media, kanya-kanya munang pagalingan sa media, kanya-kanyang banatan doon, pero hindi naman sila nagkakaharap. Napakaganda po talaga noong harapan na nandiyan yung shadow government, nandoon yung ruling, sige, banatan kayo dyan. Yun po sana ang gusto natin na mangyari para yung ating mga kababayan ay hindi nangangapa. Patungkol naman po doon sa
May I immediately
Po.
react to that? Okay, that's a very good point. Because during the question hour, the Prime Minister, in fact, together with government of the day, we say government of the day because at any day they can be ousted. That's the reason why we use that term. The government, in fact, can stake the life of this government on a question of policy. Policy X, for example. No? And when he stakes the life of his government on a question of policy and he does not get the vote, he will be ousted. That's one other great part about parliamentary system.
Opo, ibig niyo pong sabihin, hindi kailangan ng people power.
No, you don't need people. You just oust him. But, Senator, when
Kasi nagkaroon na po ng addiction yata ang Pilipino sa people power. Lagi na lang, punta tayo sa EDSA. Marami tayo ng tao dyan. Sa parliamentary po, hindi na po kailangan yan.
mayroon po nung role ang rally sa ating liberal democracy. Pero wag ho natin sa kalye gawin ang ating ang mga pagbabago.
Maraming salamat po. Ngayon po, baka may gusto pong...
Umaabot lang naman sa kalye kasi yung protesta pagka walang structure na dadaanan kasi yung grievance yung hinaing ng taong bayan eh. In a parliamentary system, nandun yung structure. May grievance kami, may hinanakit kami sa legislatura, sa parliament. Yung aming problema sa ngayon, hindi nila binibigyan ng tamang atensyon o tamang kilos. Palitan natin sa eleksyon. So, pipressure namin ang aming member of parliament to siguro a vote of no confidence para to dissolve the leadership in the parliament mapipilitan to call an election. And then hopefully the election will reflect, makita ng election yung sentimiento ng taong bayan. Kaya importante rin na clean and honest elections dapat. So tama, tignan natin yung mga bayan, mga bansang yon na talagang pinatibay na nila yung electoral system nila, pinagkakatiwalaan nila ron, at saka walang insentibong mandaya ron because yung taong bayan na mismo ang susuka ka kung mandaraya ka sa eleksyon or you will be ostracized and forever remembered. So, sanctity yun. Kasi yun ang paraan eh. Yun ang paraan ng pagbabago eh. So, yun po yun. So, para sa akin, yung parliamentary system reflects the needs of the society at the present time eh. Kasi kung hindi mo sinasagot yun, you do not belong to parliament. You will be ousted in an honest election reflecting the will of the people. Kaya yung mga patago-tago na member of the cabinet or of the government, magiging permanente na yung pagtatago nila kasi hindi na sila magiging member of the government. They will be ousted, yun na nga ang sabi, through an election reflecting the will of the people. Yun po. So marami po itong marami talagang kailangan natin, pagbabagong kailangan gawin. Tapos yun na, since posible yung government of the day matanggal at any time, kailangan may matibay pa rin yung gobyernong naiwan. Kasi meron yatang possibility, Secretary, no, na that there's a period of time that there is no government of the day formed yet, ganon. So,
That's the reason why you have the ceremonial president to bridge over.
yes, so that's why matibay yung bureaucracy. Kasi even without a head to give the direction for the moment, tuloy ang gobyerno, existing ang gobyerno. So these are many features, Mr. Chairman, na pagandaan talaga natin lahat ng mga yan. So thank you po, thank you.
Napakaganda po. Kasi kakapangyari lang po niyan sa UK na kailan lang kay Boris Johnson ba? Boris, di ba, na nagkaroon sila ng eleksyon, nanalo nga siya, pero ang nangyari, tinatanggal siya Tinatanggal siya, pinag-resign siya dahil medyo may mga iskandalo siyang ginawa, COVID, pero tumutoma-toma siya, nagalit ang tao pinag-resign siya, no? Nag-eleksyon. Nanalo pa rin siya. Pero ang nangyari, yung kanyang mga minister nag-resign. So, wala siyang nagawa. Natanggal siya, palit siya.
If you will notice there, despite the fact that they ousted Boris Johnson, still the Conservative Party controlled the majority in the House of Commons. And therefore, they chose among themselves the next leader, no? But if the majority party loses its majority, we're talking arithmetic majority, no? Then they go to the country and have an election.
Yun ang maganda Sige po, Senator.
Yun po yun. So, kung nakita natin, change is is easier to achieve under a parliamentary system. So, the party controlling the majority of the parliament made a change within. So internal, nagawa nila, bago. Kasi yung face nila, ayaw na ng tao. Let's say it's masyadong too costly for the party to maintain that face of the party. Palitan, internal. Tapos sinasabi nga sa atin ni Secretary Carlos, kung kailangan silang palitan yung mismong majority, kaya rin. Because bakit papalitan? Nagbago sentimiento ng electorate. Hindi na kayo ang representative, tamang representative sa panahon na ito. Maybe sa last election, totoo. Nagbago. So nagbago ang sentimiento namin, papalitan. So, ganun po. So, I mean, napakaganda if we are after a structure which will allow changes in the government to be made easier because the structures make it possible. So, napakaganda. And then kung ganyan nga, you're a member of parliament, you're the persons running the government, parati kang on your toes. So pati yung change in behavior nga sinasabi ni Secretary Carlos, on your toes, hindi yung katulad kahapon na na-atake ni Senator Villar na ang tamad nyo, ayaw nyo magtrabaho. O, gano'n. So, change of behavior, on your toes parate, di ba? Kasi kahapon ma'am, ang excuse na nabibigay, we are a member of the board, this is the board decision. We need approvals, two to three levels of approvals, ganun yung kahapon na excuses na nabibigay. So, you are not on your toes. In effect, kung tutuusin, the whole structure is not on your toes kasi you can turo eh. Ipasa mo yung bola eh. Pasa mo yung blame eh. Which is also lumalabas doon sa ating blue ribbon kay Senator Tolentino na excuses din. Pasa rin ang bola. Gusto nga niya manood daw ng Gilas, nag-investigate siya ng blue ribbon, nakapanood din siya ng basketball game. Kasi anong napanood niya? Puro assist. Pasa bola. The blame game. The pointing, the finger pointing. Ganon, nangyayari. Unlike in a parliamentary system, kung mapagod na ang taong bayan, pagod na kami sa passing the ball nyo, pagod na kami sa finger pointing ninyo, palitan na lang yung party in power with a new party because they are disorganized or whatever. So, ganun po yun. So I really want to pursue all this parliamentary system of government because it might baka mas angkop na sa panahon eh. Sa panahon na lalo na ngayon na ang bilis ng pagbabago eh.
Yes.
Technology,
Yes.
even science so economic policies, iba na eh. Mga economic theories ngayon, wala pa, bago-bago na eh. So, we can react siguro more quickly if we adopt a parliamentary system of government. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Napakalinaw po ng pagpapaliwanag
Mr.
ng
Chairman.
ating Senator Pimentel. Nagtataas po ng kamay si
Chairman.
Senator Tolentino. Senator Tolentino.
Opo, first I'd like to congratulate Professor Carlos for that very substantial statements made a while ago. Secretary Carlos and I have known each other for years, hindi naman siguro decades. And I congratulate her for elucidating some items that should have been at the forefront of national discussions years ago. Mr. Chairman, allow me to quote something that I stumbled upon. I was there during the National Heroes Day celebration in La Union a week ago or last Monday. And it so happened that one of the greatest sons of La Union is a former senator Camilo Osias from La Union. And Camilo Osias, in February 2, 1962, made the same assertion like what our chairman is saying, or even Senator Pimentel. And if I'd like to have this recorded again for the second time, and I quote, Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow me, Senator Primicias had a privileged speech in 1962. And the gist is this: what kind of government should we have? The question was answered by the Malolos Convention when they included in the preamble of that document, and I quote from memory, this is from Senator Osias, I was not yet born then, El gobierno de la República es popular, representativo, alternativo, y responsable. These adjectives used in that phraseology need not be explained. We know what a gobierno popular should be, namely one rooted in the will of the people. We are operating under that ideology. And we also know we are operating under that ideology. And we also know that a government should be responsible. Mr. President, this is Senator Osias. There is one adjective used in that constitution which I think, as far as I know, is not found in any other written constitution of the entire world. I refer to the adjective alternativo. There are no written precedents or jurisprudence on this matter. We can only imagine that those fathers of the Malolos Constitution did envision, and I dare say that they included that adjective as a rebellion against hereditary monarchy, wherein the son of a king or emperor, merely in virtue of accident of birth, may ascend to the throne upon the death of the occupant of that monarchical government. I believe, again, Senator Sias, that it was an expression of the conviction of the Filipino people that there must be periodic change. Ito po yung sinasabi ni Senator Pimentel kanina. There must be periodic change. Turnuhan in the national language. A government nga masukat-sukat in the Ilocano language. Now we are operating under that. That was during the time of the speech of Senator Primicias. Mr. President, I think the proceedings today is very timely because during that period, they talk about the upper house and the lower house called Cámara Alta and Cámara Baja. It should have been in one building where the upper house would be located, the Senate would be located in the upper floor, the Cámara Baja would be located in the lower floor. But then again, Mr. President, after 1962, the speech of Senator Osias still would reverberate in the memory of historians because we're now talking of parliamentary federalism, and these are all very timely, especially with the explanation given a while ago by my former professor, Professor Secretary Carlos, and I hope the discussion would be elevated nationally to a level beyond partisan politics, and even a discussion that should include the grassroots level. So, Mr. Chairman, though I was absent last time, I would be a participant in your committee hearings virtually and perhaps later on physically. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me po, sir.
Maraming salamat po, ating Vice Chairman sa ating Senator Francis Tolentino. Meron lang po ako, napakaganda po nung sinabi nyo, no? 1962. Alam nyo po, senador po yan eh. Sigurado po ako yung sinasabi nilang pagbabago na yan kasi nung 1971 kasama po ang ama ng ating Senator Coco Pimentel. Gumawa po sila noong 1973 Constitution. Parliament na po yun eh. So nakita natin na talagang yung sinasabi nyo na dumadating talaga yung panahon na kailangan magpalit ng tumatakbo ang panahon eh. Kailangan nag-a-adjust. Sabi nga ni Senator Coco, dapat nag-a-adjust talaga. Ngayon po, pakinggan lang po natin.
Chairman.
Sige po.
For the record ko lang although member yung father ko sa 1971 Constitutional Convention, he did not vote for the draft. He refused to vote because of what happened, the subsequent happenings. Kasi may mga pressure doon, alam mo na, may mga bombing pa nga doon eh. Sa Quezon City Hall yata yun, sa comfort room. So, may mga subsequent events which pressure delegates, mga ganon. So, ang ending po nun, my father refused to vote for that draft.
Po, makulay po kasi yung panahon na yan, 1971, wala pang martial law nun eh. Na-approve po ang 1973 na yung Constitution na-approve. Martial law na. Kaya nagkaroon na ng maraming...
Ang pagpapatawag si Secretary Carlos will correct me if I'm wrong. Ang eleksyon sa CONCON, wala pang martial law. But then CONCON pa rin, there was still a CONCON, there was a declaration of martial law. Am I correct, Secretary Carlos? Yes. Yes, yeah.
Time.
Yes, ganun yun. So,
Ano pa sila eh? Nagkakadimandahan pa sila noon.
so yun po na yun. So, imagine niyo na lang when you are now asked to vote for a draft, and then it was under a martial law situation. So, maraming influences po, which may not be maraming influences sa decision mo which may not be connected to the merit of the draft, di ba? So, yun po yung gusto kong sabihin. Okay. Salamat po.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Senator Pimentel. Meron pong gustong magdagdag si Ma'am...
Ako po, sir. Kanina pa po ako.
Sandali lang po, sandali lang po. Apo. Ma'am Sulita Munsod. Ma'am, kayo pala yan. Kanina kasi Ma'am, kamusta po? Long time no see. Opo, salamat po at
Kasi merong mga ebidensya, studies have been made, and this is hard evidence. Alam niyo ba that only two countries, the period from 1962 to 1998, only two countries changed their form of government. There was Cyprus in 1970 and Sri Lanka in 1978, because it's very hard. And both of them shifted from parliamentary to presidential. That is the situation. Now,
I have a rebuttal to that.
I don't have a-
sandali lang po.
that is a fact.
Mr. Orion,
I have a re-
sandali lang
I have
po.
a solid rebuttal
Tatawagin
to
po
that.
kayo. Please lang po.
I'm not putting in an argument.
Sir Orion, please po. Makikiusap lang po sa inyo ang committee. Always address the chairman.
That is a fact. I mean, please. All right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
No, I'm just trying to give the empirical findings.
Mr. Chairman,
This is
may I-
not subject to argumentation. This is a fact. If you
Mr.
don't want me
Chairman,
to
point
give
of
you
order.
facts,
Mr.
no
Chairman, point of
problem.
order. At least we should allow Ms. Monsod to finish her statement before any other resource person can butt in. That's
Yes,
what-
yes, Vice Chairman. Opo, maraming salamat po. Tuloy po, ma'am. Opo.
I'm trying to get back. I'm sorry. I've lost it.
Habang hinahanap niyo po,
Yeah.
ma'am, magkukwentuhan lang po kami ni Senator Coco
Again.
Pimentel dahil napakaganda po nung topic na pinag-uusapan natin. Noon pa lang kasi nakikita mo na talaga, no, Senator, talagang meron talagang need for change. Kasi 1935 Constitution, naging 1973, tapos naging hindi bago yung pagpapalit ng konstitusyon no?
Hindi, tsaka ito lang po Mr. Chairman.
I've got
Hindi,
it.
the mere fact na merong article sa Constitution na on how to change it, how to amend it. Ganun po 'yun. We really need to be flexible. Flexibility is the name of the game. Ngayon, our 1987 Constitution, because of the structures nga linagay doon, naging rigid tuloy. Although theoretically, andun yung way to amend it, pero imperfectly phrased yata yun na pagdating sa usapin tuloy sa constitutional change, imbis na sa merit tayo nung substance, ano ba yung babaguhin, oras natin na divert sa paano babaguhin. Ayun. So kaya kaya nga ang trap, yan ang trap. Wag tayong bumagsak sa trap na 'yon. Merito ng proposal sa ating i-discuss. Then pagka maganda na yung meron na tayong conclusion na maganda at meron tayong consensus, di ko sinasabing unanimity, but merong suporta ito sa majority. Saka natapos natin pag-usapan yung paano babaguhin. Kasi dinadivert tayo yung oras ubos doon sa paano, hindi na papag-usapan tuloy yung magagandang proposal. Ayusin na muna natin itong substance before procedure or process.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Pimentel. Ma'am?
Yeah.
Opo.
Yeah. Now, with respect to the form of government and corruption, ang mga studies, there are ambiguous, conflicting. There's one study where it says that the evidence supports that the theoretical finding that accountability is stronger In other words, corruption and rent seeking is less in presidential than in parliamentary. But that only happens when the quality of the democracy is good. If it is bad, that does not hold. Measured by the constraints on the, what about other studies? Lederman in 2005 said parliamentary systems are associated with lower corruption. So one says presidential is with higher corruption, parliamentary is lower corruption. The finding supports the theory, of course. Now, the form of government and democratic survivability. One study, Stepan and Skak says parliamentary democracies had a high rate of survival, more than 3 times higher than that of a presidential democracy. Presidential democracies were more than twice as likely to have pure parliamentary democracies to experience a military coup. And not one presidential regime managed to survive as a democracy for 10 consecutive years from 1980 to 1989, while 15 of the 41 parliamentary systems did. However, that study was criticized severely by another study which said that no evidence that constitutional type has had any significant bearing on the success of third world experiments in democracy. And there is no statistically significant difference between breakdown rates of presidential and parliamentary. In fact, the selection of successful parliamentary democracies was biased against Latin America in favor of Africa. So here are studies done empirically to test the experience of these forms of democracies, and this is their findings. Now, there is this is an empirical finding on the form of the government and government spending. Parliamentary democracies have larger government spending. The shift from parliamentary to presidential would reduce the total size of government spending by about 5% of GDP in the long run. Spending also grows much faster in parliamentary forms, and this is according to Person and Tabellini. More on government spending. A new majoritarian and presidential democracy cuts government consumption by almost 2%, while a new parliamentary democracy raises it considerably. The difference between the two forms of government is highly significant. Meaning to say that difference is not zero. Now, with respect to, this is more empirical evidence with respect to form of government and structural reforms, defined as openness, protection of property rights. And the studies show that there is a large and significant correlation between parliamentary proportional democracy and structural reforms. There is significant, and another study says that there is significant correlation between parliamentary systems and openness. But with respect to the government and economic performance, the form of government and economic performance, there is no significant effect of parliamentary system on economic performance as measured by per capita GDP, total factor productivity, and labor productivity. That is one study. And another study says a new parliamentary democracy grows 1.5% less than a new presidential democracy. These are the empirical facts that come out of studies. So, in summary, there is conflicting empirical evidence as to which form of government will lead to lower corruption. That is, there is conflicting evidence as to whether constitutional type has any significant bearing on the survival of democracies. But the evidence is pretty strong that presidential regimes have smaller spending,
meaning to say government spending as a percentage of GDP than parliamentary regimes. And a parliamentary system is systematically correlated with structural policies. But a parliamentary system has no significant effect on economic performance. And the sixth takeaway here is a new presidential system grows faster than a new parliamentary system. This all come from studies. No, no argument on my side. These are what comes out. All right?
Okay, sige po.
Just a
Senator.
question. Were those conclusions your conclusions or conclusions of a study?
No, these are the studies.
Study. Sige.
Yes, I
So,
think these are.
so around six, no? Six
No, they are
major.
not my conclusion.
Okay,
Not
that
at
you
all.
just read the study. So nakuha ba ng stenographer natin yung yung
Opo.
the name of the study so we can
These are several studies. These are a whole.
several studies
These are several
but you
studies.
listed the six conclusions.
From those several studies.
Yes, from those several
Yes.
studies. So thank you for
Just summarize.
Yes, thank you for summarizing the studies for us. Yun lang yung kinaklaro ko. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Tapos na po kayo?
Yes.
Apo, meron lang pong sasabihin si Secretary Clarita Carlos.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to compliment my colleague, Professor Monsod. We're colleagues at the University of the Philippines. I at the Department of Political Science and Professor Monsod at the School of Economics. I complimented her because she presented empirical evidence which were done by social scientists in regard to which type of structure would enable us to reach the desired result. There is no doubt that if you will notice, some of them are conflicting results. Yes, and as it should be, as is in the nature of social science research. Mainly because social scientists, including economists who are social scientists, use different variables to test, and they also have different levels of confidence when they test. And so when Professor Monsod talks about no statistical difference, it simply means that whatever difference that you're seeing is happening by chance. But when she says that there is a very high correlate, that means that they are moving in certain kinds of direction, which in fact are related to each other. This would be for the benefit of those provide you another assumptive framework, which is that every political system is unique. While it is true that we're able to detect patterns among them, it is not always the case that countries are comparable because they're mostly not. Even social scientists, when we even investigate the same issue area, we in fact are investigating it in a different way because we are weighing the variables with different potencies, and that already changes the conceptual framework. So I agree, let us listen to the empirical evidence and let us listen to colliding evidence also pertinent to this. That's the reason why in advance of this session, Senator Padilla, remember I was telling you, let us look at the pluses and the minuses, but I still argue there will be more pluses for parliamentary systems. Thank you.
Meron po kayong gustong idagdag? Okay. Okay po. Study lang. Opo. Meron po tayong, iwan muna po natin yung topic na yan. Puntahan muna po natin yung kung bakit po tayo nandito. Ito po ay patungkol sa resolusyon ng ginawa po ni Senator Win Gatchalian na ang gusto po niya ay magkaroon ng Constitutional Assembly. At nagpo-propose po siya ng amendments sa restrictive economic provisions ng 1987 Constitution. Ito po ay nag-request po si Senator Win Gatchalian na gusto po niyang mahingi ang opinyon ng ating mga secretaries. Kaya po natin inimbitahan yung ating mga kalihim at tayo naman po ay sinuwerte at pinagpala na tayo po ay pinagbigyan ng ating kalihim sa national security ang atin pong ginagalang na si Secretary Clarita Carlos. Ang tanong po ng ating senador, kung magkakaroon daw po ba ng epekto sa seguridad kung babaguhin po natin ang magkakaroon ng amenda sa konstitusyon patungkol po sa economic.
The answer is certainly yes. Mainly because when I came in as a national security advisor, I did not set aside the external threat, which is a source of our insecurity, but I stress as a political scientist the human security aspect. Therefore, whatever changes you want to make in regard to the 1987 Constitution, whether they are economic changes, whether they are political changes, etc., they will invariably link to how we enhance the security of the individual, food security, energy security, health security, security of your person. Anytime the government performs well, it redounds to the benefit of the individual, human security.
Ibig pong sabihin po ba, mahal naming kalihim, na kapag pumasok po, pinayagan natin ang mga dayuhan na magnegosyo dito, maaari po bang makaapekto ito sa seguridad ng ating bansa? Maaari po ba na sila ay maging threat sa atin?
Siguro mas marami yung hindi threat sa sa pagpumasok ang mga dayuhan, no? Kasi ito siguro yung sinusulong ng marami na alisin na yung 60-40 restriction. And ang mangyayari nito down the line is that, of course, the President of the Republic would like to create jobs, especially for 2 years talagang nilampaso tayo ng pandemic. So when they come in, they bring in capital, they bring in factories, manufacturing, innovation, they create jobs. You create jobs, somebody is paying for his amortization for a house, he has money to pay for the amortization of the house. Human security, you create jobs, they will put their children to school, education. We are educators here, Professor Mansod and I. That is in fact the nerve center of economic and political development. So yes, anything that we do to liberalize the environment within which work happens, within which our daily acts of living happens, redounds to the benefit of the individual.
Ang issue po yata kasi ay patungkol po sa telecommunication. Yun po yung number 1 na nire-raise nila, na kapag naibigay yung pag-aari sa dayuhan, baka yung ating pong, alam nyo na, dyan nag-uumpisa yung mga bagay-bagay na nakukuha nila, yung mga impormasyon. Yung po ba ay sa palagay po nyo pwede na maging threat po yun, yung telecommunication?
Well, I've always been an iconoclast, Senator Robin, so I don't think so, with all due respect. By the way, even if we think we are in fact secure, we're not secure, I'm sure you know the capability of your telephones and they can be intruded into and the like. Believe me, whoever gives us the stronger, faster internet, he can come from Jupiter and I don't care. Because we're moving towards globalization. Economies are already meshed with each other. So do we care who owns what? I think I care who gives the best service. And I really don't care who you are. Whether you're a corporate person or you are a corporation, you're an individual, you're a collective, whoever gives the best service. There is no socialist way of repairing a road, is there? Is there a democratic way of repairing a road? No, you just repair the road, and it doesn't even have a label on it. I think we should be, I don't know, we should be realistic about these things. Why are we putting labels on everything and putting political color? The telcos want to come here, let them come here. You know, if the present telcos are not giving us the services that we want, we're one of the slowest telcos in the world. As I said, he can come from Saturn and I don't care.
Maraming salamat po. Sige po, Deputy Secretary Michael. Opo.
Well, Senator, you cannot prevent a determined actor if he wants to penetrate your communication, whether he is an owner or an outsider. I mean, we can talk about any other country with capabilities, and they may not own your telcos, and they could do something about your system. But what the problem with this kind of fear is that first and foremost, there is no evidence that would support that in fact when you have the ownership by foreigners is that it will automatically be a breach of our security, because some people would only want to do business and would not do something else. And we have to weigh the security implications and our desire to have better services, because the better services redounds later on to your ability to progress economically. And when we talk about the linkage between economic development and security, we have to always understand that economic and security, they are like double helix. Your ability to secure your nation is underpinned your ability to progress economically. It also goes the same way that your ability to progress also depends on your capability to secure your country. So it is not an either or thing. It is not one coming after the other. It is actually a double helix thing that you do not know where to begin, except that you know that they are interlinked. Now, when there are clear evidence that this equity requirement retard our nation. This is true in many sectors of our economy, in the telecommunication, in the shipping industry. I will give an example in the shipping industry. When you require equity ownership by Filipinos, once upon a time in the 70s, we have in our ships registry, in our marina, there were more than 1,500 ships registered under Philippine flag. Then in the 80s, it was reduced to 800. Now we have less than 150 ships. And what does it mean? That's the reason why you have your seafarers boarding foreign ships instead of Filipino ships, because instead of Filipino flag ships, because of many requirements that we are imposing. I mean, if I am the owner of the ship, for example, I am a German, of course, I would have to have some say on the decision making. If I don't have the decision making power, then I will not invest in your country.
Okay. Malinaw po na hindi po kayo kontra dito na magkaroon na tanggalin na itong 60-40. Sige,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator.
malinaw na hindi sila kontra at hindi sila worried. Hindi sila worried.
Okay po, tatanungin naman po natin ang ating mga bisita. Sige po.
Ano ba yun, Secretary? You're not even worried about it?
Let us say it's not a high threat.
Okay po, sa NEDA, sino po ang pwedeng sumagot sa NEDA sapagkat kayo po ang ni-request ni Senator Win patungkol dito. Ito po ba ay makakatulong ang pag-aamyenda nitong batas na ito? Makakatulong po ba ito sa ating ekonomiya?
Marami pong salamat to the Honorable Chairman, Senator Robin, and the members of the committee Senator De La Rosa, Senator Tolentino, Senator Pimentel. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Now, on the matter concerning resolution of both houses, number 1, NED has been supportive naman po. We support the objective envisioned in the proposed resolution, as this recognizes yung need for the country to adapt to the present and future socio-economic condition of the country. In recent past, Honorable Chair, NED has been supportive of the Senate initiatives to relax restrictive foreign ownership limitations on certain key investment areas. For instance, sir, papasalamat na kami sa Senate for passing the amendments of the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, the Foreign Investment Act, and the Public Service Act. Actually, sir,
Sir, maputol ko po kayo, sir, ha? Meron pong yung po sa Foreign Direct Investment Act, madami po ang nagre-react. Opo, kasi ang sinasabi, ito daw po ay questionable. Yung pong pagkakapasa po nun, although hindi ko po ito kinokontra, ha, tandaan po ninyo, ako po ay kahit pagbali-balik ta rin po ninyo ako, PDP laban po ako. Ako ay nasa wing ng kasama po ako dito sa sa act na to. Pero siyempre, ako po ay nasa committee na ito na marami pong sektor ang nagsasabi na illegal ang pagkakapasa noong Foreign Direct Investment Act. Sapagkat ang nararapat lamang daw po na magdesisyon at magbigay ng interpretasyon sa saligang batas ay ang Supreme Court. Kasi ang nangyari po doon ay binigyan nila ng definisyon yung public utilities. Alam niyo man po siguro kung ano yung foreign direct investment, hindi po ba? Yun po ang kine-question. Wala daw pong karapatan ang Kongreso, ang legislative, na i-identify nila kung ano lang yung public utilities. Ang dapat lang daw po nun, ang meron lang daw pong dapat na nag-i-interpret nun ay ang Supreme Court. Ang gusto ko lang pong sabihin dito, kahit na meron tayong batas ngayon na existing, sa akin pong palagay, hindi po tama na sa atin pang nanggagaling yung mga question. Kasi meron pong question na ito ba ay pwedeng questionin sa Supreme Court? Alam nyo naman dito sa Pilipinas, laging ganyan. Pagka questionin ng isang tao, dadalhin sa Supreme Court. Kung ikaw, negosyante, foreign investor, papasok ka, meron kang dalang, may bagong batas na na pinirmahan ng ang 18th Congress, pinirmahan ng presidente nila. Okay na to. Pagdating ngayon sa iyo, sasabihin sa iyo ngayon may mga nagrereklamo. Sino ba yung mga nagrereklamo? Number 1, yung mga dating justice. Si Justice Carpio, sinabi niya illegal 'yun. Yung mga ibang professional na mga lawyers, sinabi nila illegal. So kung ikaw ngayon yung foreign investor, hindi ka siguro mahirapan kang maglagay ng mag-aalanganin ka. Kaya po ang tanong sa inyo po, Sir Bien Ganapin, ganda na po ng apelyido nyo, Ganapin. Opo. Pabor po ba kayo na amendahan natin mismo yung 60-40 yung saligang batas? Kasi ang sinasabi nila kasi walang karapatan ng Kongreso amendahan ng isang batas ang saligang batas. Hindi pwede 'yon. Kumbaga sinasabi nila hindi pwede, saligang batas yan, amendahan mo. Pag amendahan mo ang saligang batas, kailangan dumaan ka doon sa tatlo, con-as o yung People's Initiative. Ngayon, kayo po, tatanungin ko po kayo, diretsahin nyo na po ko, Sir Ganapin. Makakatulong po ba na amendahan natin yung saligang batas?
Salamat po, sir, Your Honor. With regards po doon sa binabanggit niyo po kanina na yung batas ng Public Service Act. Public Service Act po 'yon, yung pinasa ng Kongreso nung this year lang po 'yun nung March. Ang ginawa lang po doon, Senator, is to define kung ano yung public utility as a separate from
Boss, yun nga yun, boss eh. Boss, yun nga yun. Yun nga ang point. Ang point natin, binubuksan natin kasi yung public service daw natin, public utility sa foreign. Di ba? Yun nga yun, boss eh. Yun nga yung point. Ang sinasabi nga ng mga dating justices, illegal. Illegal yung ginawa kasi dinefine ng Congress kung ano yung public utilities. Hindi nga daw po pwede yun. Yung Public Service Act, ano yan eh, ang mangyayari dyan, boss, mauuwi sa Supreme Court. Mauuwi yan sa Supreme Court. At ang sabi ng Supreme Court, sila lang ang may karapatan mag-define. Sila lang ang may karapatan mag-interpret ng saligang batas. So, ang simple lang po yung tanong ko, wag na po nating balikan yun kasi pag ang haba po tayo. Simpleng tanong, boss. Pabor po ba ang NEDA na amendahan yung 60-40? Yung hinihingi po ni Senator Gatchalian. Pabor po ba kayo na ito po ba'y makakatulong sa ekonomiya? Itong pag-aamenda ng saligang batas. Kalimutan na po natin yung sinasabi natin ng mga bagong batas. Kasi po, ang sinasabi nga ng karamihan, ito ay illegal. Hindi niyo po ako pwedeng sabihin na against ako dyan dahil galing po yung batas na yan doon sa aking presidente, ex-president. Kaya kung akong tatanungin niyo ako, pabor ako dyan sa batas na yan. Pero hindi, ang pinag-uusapan po natin ngayon ay ang katotohanan. Ano ba yung katotohanan? Kine-question ito. Kine-question. Ang lahat ng bagay na may question, pag dumating sa Supreme Court, alam mo, ako yung dayuhan, may pera ako, nag-invest na ako. Nandyan na, biglang dinesisyonan ng Supreme Court, illegal yung batas. Patay tayo dyan, boss. Yun ang inaano po natin. Ano po ba kayo? Pabor na amendahan, ang 60-40 na yan, o hindi? Yun lang po, boss.
The NEDA has no objection to departing from constitutional provision on foreign equity restriction. But of course, we leave such wisdom to Congress. We think that this will enable us to quickly step up in order to meet the requisites of modern economies. Thank you po.
Ayun, napakaganda po, sir. Yun lang po ang gusto namin madinig. Wala po kayong objection. Napakasarap pong madinig niyan, boss. Maraming salamat po, Sir Bien. Salamat po. Wag po kayong aalis, Sir Bien, ha? Marami po pong magaganap.
Salamat po.
Tatanungin ko lang po, meron po kayong, meron lang po akong itatanong kay Ma'am Shulita Monsod. Ma'am, gusto ko lang pong tanungin kung sa inyo po bang palagay, magkakaroon po ba ng magandang epekto kung atin pong aamendahan ang economic provision sa 1987 Constitution?
Ang stand ko po is that amending those constitutions are neither necessary nor sufficient to attract foreign direct investment. Hindi po necessary. Just the fact that, the economic provisions, the economic restrictive, economic provisions are 7, and the resolution now talks only about public utilities, advertising, and media, means to say that, somehow or other, the other restrictive provisions have been taken care of without having to touch the Constitution. So that's what my presentation is all about. The economic provisions of the Constitution, the so-called restrictive. Amending that is neither necessary nor will amending it, bring in a flood of foreign direct investments, because there are other. If you will allow me to make my presentation, I will do it. But that's the crux of my point.
Okay po, pakinggan ko lang po si Secretary Michael Castillo.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, President, sir.
there is no problem for an equity requirement on certain sectors of the economy, because that is a tool for regulation. But it doesn't have to be in the Constitution. It has to be given to Congress to determine which particular enterprise would require equity requirement. Because by keeping it in the Constitution, it limits the power of Congress to define policies and to enact policies that would in fact support economic progress. The fact that it is in the Constitution, it is a constraint there is no problem that in every enterprise the Congress will define, okay, in this particular sector it's 70-30, in this particular sector it's 60-40, then in another sector it must be 51-49. There is nothing wrong with that, but if it is in the Constitution, I think it is limiting.
No, I am just saying that the limitations have not, the provisions have not either affected anybody. I will show you the studies that have been made, Philippine studies that have been made, that show that, restrictiveness and the fact that, the resolutions talks about the Philippines is the most restrictive with respect to foreign direct investment. Hindi ba yan ang one of your whereas clauses ng resolution? Sabi nung resolution, the Philippines is the third most restrictive country in the world, and therefore that has prevented foreign direct investment from coming in. Well, I just wanted to point out that foreign direct investment restrictiveness index that has been going on from 1997, then it started again in 2003, then it's 2006, then 2010, all the way up. That restrictiveness index shows that 1997, 2003, 2006, 2010, all the way to 2014, the most restrictive country in the world with respect to foreign direct investment was China. And China received the largest amount. So restrictiveness does not make any difference if there's a profit to be made. All right? And then, so hindi lang ng China. Let's talk about the Philippines. The Philippines became number one in 2015, I think, and 2016. Basta after 2014, China ang number one. After 2015, the Philippines became number one. And yet, if you will look at the data, the most foreign investment we have gotten 16 and 17. In 18, it started to go down, and it is now going down. So I'm saying this restrictiveness, lifting the restrictiveness is not necessary. To all intents and purposes, for all intents and purposes, the door to foreign direct investment is open. They don't come in. And why don't they come in? It's not because of restrictiveness or not. Because the Philippines most restrictive, so much money came in. Right? So let's look at the evidence. Let's not just argue. Let's look at the evidence. Because so many people have made studies on foreign direct investment and have made their conclusions on the basis of those empirical studies, not on the basis of arguments. Let's just look at the data, the hard evidence, and it will show you.
Sir Castillo?
Well, we have to look at two sides of the coin. One question is, does it limit? The other one is, does it benefit? Now, I have never found any study that would point to a conclusion that the 60-40 requirement in our constitution actually benefited the nation in terms of economic progress and in terms of our ability to create jobs for our people. So it has to be two ways that we have to look into.
Secretary Carlos?
May I add to the continuing conversation here? While it is true that empirical evidence provided by Professor Monsod shows that the restriction for 60-40 may not be the predictor variable for inflow of foreign direct investment, there are other variables that, in fact, prevented or were obstacles to the coming in of foreign investment, and the level of corruption is one of them. And there are studies that will support this. So I agree with my colleague here and my former student also, Eric. You know, Robin, practically everybody in the room is my student if you've been teaching as long as I have. So yes, now we're really looking at contests of empirical evidence. And that really occurs in the social science literature. Even in the natural science literature, this occurs. But I think we must see the preponderance of evidence, meaning which has, so I was saying, which has the most pluses that will pursue the argument that we were making earlier in the session. And not only that, we have to show remarkably and arguably that in fact the studies being compared are comparable. So there's no question about empirical evidence in regard to this. So we are not saying that the 60-40 is the predictor variable. There are other predictor variables for why foreign investment comes or does not come. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. Ma'am, magpipresent po kayo. Sige po. Opo. Ma'am, makinig lang po tayo sandali sa presentation. Wag muna kayong aalis, ma'am.
I hope you don't mind, but I have a speaking engagement in another geography. So,
Gaano katagal po ito, ma'am? Yung...
to show you everything about it.
Sige po. Pwede po natin balikan po yan, ma'am, hanggang sa makaalis lang po si Secretary Carlos. Mag-move lang po kami ng konti, tapos pag-alis po ni Secretary Carlos, then... Opo. Papadalan ko po kayo ng copy. Opo. Ituloy lang po natin hanggang 10 minutes po. 10 minutes, pwede? Opo. Meron lang po akong mga gustong... ma'am, sana po masagot niyo po ako tungkol po dito. Yung pong sa loob po ba ng halimbawa po halimbawa lang po. Yung parliamentary, balik po tayo sa parliamentary kasi kanina po sinasabi po ng ating profesora na nagkaroon din po talaga ng mga issue ng korupsyon, ng hindi pag-unlad itong mga parliamentary. Ito po bang mga bansa na ito ay totoong nag-parliamentary? Ito po bang mga bansang binanggit ng ating pong profesora? O ito po yung kwentong kutsero lang din na parliamentary?
Well, like democracies, parliamentary systems come in many, many permutations. So it is not as if, the parliamentary system would be like the House of Commons, because India is also parliamentary, Singapore, etc., because they have to deal with the political culture on the ground. So that means they change the configuration of the parliamentary system, but the principles that I articulated earlier, they're basic principles. In other words, you can't call yourself parliamentary if you don't have a fusion of executive, legislative. You don't have a right to oust the prime minister if he loses the majority. There are fundamental principles without which you don't label yourself parliamentary. That said, again, let me say that in the course of hypothesis testing, that is, you're trying to show the relationship between certain kinds of variables which are causing certain things and having an effect. Then you have an array of variables there which differ in all the 200 economies and states. And while it is true that we can present evidence after evidence, empirical evidence, many of these conclusions are colliding, or if they are moving in the same direction, are talking about different issue areas. So I'm sorry to disappoint those of us who think that the social science can declare certain things. We cannot. In fact, if you will notice, most of my statements are tentative. They are likelihoods. Because in fact, my sentences will not end in a period. My sentences will end in an ellipsis. That, because that's far. Because as a scholar, I can be corrected by another empirical evidence, which has harder evidence. But still, I argue, and it's not just based on argument, compelling arguments, but this will be based on empirical evidence, which I did not prepare for in terms of titles and authors. That is still, there are more pluses and minuses. There will be less corruption in a parliamentary system rather than in a presidential system. There will be less corruption in a federal system rather than in a unitary system, because the accountability of the ministers involved is closer to the ground. It's very easy to kick out a minister. By the way, there are two kinds of responsibility, senators, your honors. Individual responsibility and collective responsibility, which means that a minister can in fact be compelled to resign on the basis of behavior which is not acceptable. You remember, Eric, the Minister of Defense Profumo? Minister of Defense Profumo, Great Britain, was sleeping with, what's her name? I forgot. Another British woman, and the British woman was sleeping with a Soviet also defense minister. So he got kicked out. Here you notice he got kicked out as an individual minister. But you can have collective responsibility. That's why we have the principle of you sink or swim with the government of the day. That's the reason why I said earlier that the parliamentary system in fact engenders discipline in the political party, because you are going to sink if you do not toe the party line. So the individual and collective responsibility is one other hallmark of a parliamentary system. And that one is something which I think as a plus of the parliamentary system vis-a-vis the presidential. Thank you.
Salamat po. Meron pong isang tanong pa. Di ba po ang parliamentary, iba't iba din yan? Meron din siyang parang style ng Germany, may style ng UK. Ano po kaya ang nababagay sa, halimbawa lang po, sa Pilipinas, ano pong nababagay na parliamentary sa atin?
Siguro ang maganda nating kopyahin. Total, nangangopya-ngopya tayo. Kopyahin natin ang maganda. Siguro, Senator Robin, sa Germany kasi yung constructive vote of non-confidence. Natandaan nyo si Angela Merkel stayed there for 16 years. Bakit 16 years siya? Kasi nga walang term limit, di ba? But because the CSU-CDU continued to control the Bundestag, no, for 16 years. But the only way to kick out Angela Merkel is for you to have another one to replace her. That's why it's called constructive vote of non-confidence. Hindi ka pwede mag-kick out ng premier or chancellor hanggang wala kang inilalagay in his or her place to be voted by the same absolute number of votes. So you will not have a constant rotation of governments of the day na, willy-nilly, you just kick out the premier kasi ayaw mo yung pagmumukha niya or for whatever reason. No? You can only kick him out, and that is one thing that we should copy, by the way, when we draft a new constitution. Constructive vote of non-confidence.
German po, German. So doon pala tayo dapat pumunta, pare ko. Oo, Senator.
Well, Secretary Carlos mentioned Germany. Yung party list system yata natin, we tried to copy the German model, but we Filipinized it. And then, but I've heard mga reporters reporting on the German electoral system, and sabi nila, we need to be rocket scientists to understand their system. So, ingat-ingat lang tayo sa German model. Siguro maganda siguro sa broad strokes, siguro sa forma, pero even yung mga reporters hindi nila maintindihan how to compute the percentages of the parties controlling the parliament, the Bundestag, because of their party list system na they needed to be rocket scientists daw to understand the system. An outsider reporting on the German model.
With all due respect, Your Honors, I beg to disagree, absolutely. Next time you invite me, I want a blackboard, and I will discuss with you in very simple terms the mixed single member district system and the PR. I have been invited 1,000 times to say something about the party list, which we really implemented in a very, very wrong way. That's right. I wasted my time, attending committee hearings. That's the reason why you have a problem right now.
Sundo po tayo!
Hindi ho, ganyan talaga yung party list system. You have distorted it. You have distorted.
Pwede po bang malaman yung ibig niyong sabihin, Senator, ng Philippinize?
Ito, pagkaintindi ko kasi ng party list system, dugtong yun eh. Actually, the party list system, you are given supplemental number of votes to actually reflect the percentage of the votes that your party got. When the totality nationwide is being considered. Ganun ang pagkaintindi ko. Kunyari, if the party got 30% of the votes, and yet on the number of seats, hindi kayo 30%, dadagdagan kayo ngayon ng mga party list ninyo, listed by your party, so that the actual delegates will reflect really 30% of the votes that you got. So that's how I understand it, Secretary Carlos, but I may be mistaken.
You are very correct. But siguro para mas madaling, kailangan kong pisara next time. But you are correct. It's not only the system of government that we're changing from presidential to parliamentary, but we're also changing concomitantly the electoral system. And I would recommend very strongly, Senator Padilla, that we incorporate this, where we incorporate a single-member district and a PR system called the proportional representation. I hope the next time you invite me, I would need a pisara behind me, because it's easier to explain that rather than, explaining here to you. It's better to be understood. And yes, it is not rocket science.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary. Brother?
Senator, when you do studies of nations, you will see similar system with different performance. And you will see different systems with similar performance. So we will be asking ourselves, what accounts for the difference in performance between similar political systems, and what accounts for the difference of performance between similar system, and what accounts for similarities of performance between two different political system? The answer is the context. Systems operate at different contexts. That's why it's also dangerous when you compare two political system, yet you do not dig deeper into the context at which they are, they operate. Yeah. So of course there are so many factors to take into account. So that is just a caveat when we read studies, because what are presented as evidence are not really the exact evidence that we need to come up with a valid conclusion. Now, generally speaking, if we are going to amend our constitution, personally, I would suggest that if we are to amend our constitution, it must be designed in such a way that it is the political parties that would choose the candidates. Okay.
Pabor po kayo sa two-party system?
Well, not necessarily, but that one is actually a for strong political party system, and it has to be a constitutional reform in such a way that it is the people doesn't elect candidate, rather the people elect the government. So those are key directions if we are going. Regardless of whether you want to do it parliament or federal, it has to be towards that direction. Now, if there is also amendment to the constitution, what I want to suggest is that to change the development orientation of our constitution, because the development orientation of our constitution is mainly land-based. And we have to recognize that the Philippines is an archipelago. So if you look at the development, we are doing development mostly on land. That's why we have congestion and traffic. But our marine space is underutilized. But remember, our marine space is not just a strategic addition. to our resource base. It is in fact the primary source. Oh, but we are, you know, the marine space, the marine assets are not being tapped. We have traffic because we do not use the water for our transportation. Now, so it's the development orientation that we have to come up with an archipelagic framework for development. Now, there is also problem with how we you know the principle of checks and balances, the separation of powers, has been reduced to a system of mistrust. Sabi nyo kanina, bago maka-attend yung isang in-invite ninyo, 3 layers ang approval bago siya maka-attend. Because our system is so designed that it is based on mistrust. That's why even a single check would require a documents, would require 69 signatures before the check is signed by the one who is authorized to sign the check. So it is premised on mistrust. We have to look into that because it is embedded in our governance system, and we need to correct that problem. Now on the 60-40, I think it is not necessary. What is important is stronger regulatory control. Now, my last point, Your Honor, is, and I have to beg your indulgence on this, you talk about difficulty in implementing our laws. In my 2 decades working as consultant in various government agencies and also as regular resource person in the House and in the Senate, what I have noticed is that most of our legislations are not properly abstracted. They are the ideas, yeah, they are not properly abstracted. What I mean by policy abstraction is that the different provisions of laws are supposed to be abstracted from the first to second to third and the fourth level of policy abstraction. The first level of policy abstraction is at the level of objectives, goals, principles, and ideology. Now, the second, but your objective must be supported by what we call policy lines. In the literature, we call it strategies. Okay, we call it strategies. Now, but your strategy is still broadly written. So it has to be supported by specific measures. And your measures must be supported by specific practices. Why am I discussing policy abstraction? Because when you look at Republic Act and implementing rules and regulations, they are copycat. They are copycat. And the reason why it also takes time for us to legislate, because we are putting too many details in our legislations and we debate every provision. So my common experience whenever I am asked to consolidate various bills or to refine a substitute bill is that a 26-page bill, you could always reduce it to 10. If properly abstracted, because the first and second level of policy abstraction must be in the RA. But the third and the fourth level of policy abstraction must be in the IRR. And we cannot make distinctions whenever we review a Republic Act and its implementing rules and regulation. And it's difficult to implement.
Ayos. Apo, meron lang po akong, boss?
Good theory, pero dapat pag-usapan na lang siguro natin yun na outside of the committee hearing kasi yung topic iba eh. But that's good in theory. Tingnan natin. But ako, I advocate, ayoko ng generalization lang na sa law because I've seen the abuse sa IRR eh. These are unelected people, you know, feeling like they are the legislators. They change the meaning of the law, the objective of the law. Kaya sabi ko, if we can put some details in the law, I'm an advocate because of the Philippine experience. That may be applicable sa ibang bansa, but in the Philippine experience, as of the moment, hindi ko naman din pinutuldukan, as of the moment, if there are some important details, put them in the law. Kasi these unelected drafters of the IRR, they feel like they are the third chamber. They amend the law.
I agree, Mr. Chairman. I agree. Mr. Chairman, I even delivered a privileged speech during the last Congress relative to unauthorized IRRs. So the finer details of legal crafting, including the general principles, leave that to the legislators. Leave that to the legislative intent. and the IRRs should just jibe in for the details that are lacking, and it has to be again subject to a legislative oversight. So these are details. Tama Senator Pimentel, leave that to the Congress. That's what our job is.
Yan.
Honor, may
Maraming
I-
salamat po, Senator Tolentino, Senator Pimentel. Maraming salamat po, Secretary.
Yes, I beg the indulgence of the whole body, including your honors, because I really have to run or I'll be late for my next speaking engagement. But maybe just a quick repartee to what Eric just said. Let us not put the political party system in the Constitution. It can be one party, multi-party, two-party. It will depend on the dynamics of the system. Wag nating ilalagay sa Constitution yung kanyang type. So thank you very much, Your Honors, for inviting me, and I hope you'll invite me next time.
Apo, ma'am, pagbalik nyo po, meron na po tayo dyan blackboard. Apo, whiteboard, kahit anong gusto nyong board. Pansamantala po, suspend lang muna natin sandali. 1 minute. Sandali lang po. ng ating panauhin sa online din kay Senator Francis Tolentino.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick manifestation.
Sige po, sige po.
I was really turned off, probably might be the local term, by the previous resource person who practically lectured us on how to make laws, including IRR, that even saying that a 26-page law can be turned into 10 pages. So probably this is just to remind the resource persons, all the resource persons, that you just focus on your roles in this committee. You were invited to speak for on behalf of your group relative to the proposed amendments or amendment as filed by Senator Gatchalian, and don't stray into the job of lawmaking. It demeans this committee, it demeans the Senate if you lecture us on lawmaking. Not even the Supreme Court is entitled to lecture on us. Incidentally, Mr. Chairman, I have two classmates who are members of the Supreme Court. One is even the Chief Justice, the current Chief Justice of the Philippine Supreme Court. And I will not let them lecture on your committee or any committee of the Senate. So again, I ask the resource persons, refrain from doing that. Otherwise, I might say some other things that would be beyond the norms of parliamentary procedure. Just a manifestation, Mr. Chairman. Nakakalungkot. Ang tagal-tagal na namin nag-aaral ni Senator Pimentel ng batas. Ako, nagtuturo pa ng batas. Lecturean tayo kung paano gumawa ng batas. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Vice Chairman. Ang nangyari lang, nakaalis na yung nagbigay ng yung ating resource person. Pero ano po yan, taken. At pagbalik niya, next hearing, sasabihin po natin sa kanya yung kanyang mungkahi na inyo pong pagpapaalala sa kanya. Maraming salamat po, Senator Tolentino. Okay, pwede na po natin pakinggan kung saan po tayo naputol sa presentation po ng ating ginagalang at minamahal Professor Sulita Munsod. Dito po. Full screen po natin. Opo.
Sa umpisa pa lang gusto kong sabihin na recognize ko that foreign direct investment o FDI can contribute to economic development. But very often, as you will see, it does not do so. Therefore, my attitude towards FDI, tinatawag kong it is one of critical enthusiasm. Somewhere between critical wariness and uncritical enthusiasm. In other words, I mean, I look at it with a, I think that it can help, but so much can be harmed. So I'll start the presentation now. Enjoy ba kayo sa flag and the gavel that's supposed to represent the Senate? All right. The title, Liberalization of the Economic Provisions of the Constitution, neither necessary nor sufficient, and I will develop it that way. Ang outline po ng aking ganyan po ako magkuhan. First let's make sure we know what we mean by liberalization. Then we will look at the justification. Why do you want to lift the restrictions? And then we will look at the assumptions underlying those justification. And then we will look at the evidence. Does it support the assumptions? And we will focus on the Philippine experience with FDI. Katakot-takot ng mga saliksik na ginawa. And then I will go on to the Gatchalian resolution, which I already talked about a little while today. All right. When we talk about liberalization of the economic provisions, which means media, education, advertising, public utilities, land, and natural resources. Tignan nyo. si Senator Gatchalian is actually only talking about media, education, advertising, and public utilities. Hindi niya sinasama ang land and resources. Bakit? Because it's already resolved itself. For example, land, no ownership of land. That has been resolved because there's 75-year leases on land. You know? So, hindi problema yan. At saka sa natural resources, kung meron tayong financial and technical agreement, the Constitution allows 100% ownership. So, there's no problem, really. All right? All right. Now, you want to lift the ownership restrictions kasi sinabi dun sa mga whereas clauses ng resolution na it has closed the door. These restrictions have closed the door. Tinatawag nilang binding constraint on foreign direct investment. And therefore, because it has closed the door, walang foreign investment, wala tayong employment, wala tayong growth, wala tayong other opportunities that foreign direct investment gives us. Ngayon, ang tanong dyan is, what is the assumption behind that? That means you think that all foreign direct investment is good. Bring it in, because it creates foreign economic growth, magkakaroon ng employment, skills transfer, technological transfer. Ayan lahat ang mga sinasabi, mga benefits ng foreign direct investment. Meron tayong externalities, positive externalities. So the more foreign direct investment, the better. That's the first assumption. That's the underlying assumption of your desire to lift. And the second underlying assumption is, if you lift it, naku, magkakaroon ng what do you call it, dagsang-dagsang, foreign direct investment. So I ask the question, does the evidence support these assumptions? All right? First, this is the general evidence, I mean, internationally, because of international studies, etc., all over the place, there's a vast literature, empirical studies on this. All right? And anong sinasabi ng mga studios na ito, this saliksiks? Yung sa macro level data, they show an association between foreign direct investment and higher level of income. Naku, that means, if there's foreign direct investment, there's going to be higher level of income. But it does not establish, but nothing establishes the causality. Ano ba? Is it the high level of income or the high growth rates that attract the foreign direct investment, or is the foreign direct investment that makes the high growth rates? That never has been established. Although you can see that China, because of its high growth rates, attracted foreign investment. All right? But no generalization can be made about the link between activities of foreign firms and income distributions. You cannot ever say that the bringing in of this will make income distribution more equitable. Tapos, that's the macro level. Yung micro, yung project level, anong nakikita ng mga saliksik? A majority of the projects on the, yielded positive effects on national income. Yes, but a sizable minority. 1/3 in 2 studies, anywhere to 25% to 45% of those projects had deleterious effects. So really, the point is, what you're trying to do, what any country is trying to do, is to maximize the benefits of FDI and minimize the costs, because there are costs. All right? Are we... So, ang sabi ng mga, the general evidence is that the evidence on the relationship between FDI and development suggests that it is very hard to make broad generalizations. And the impact of FDI depends on the purpose, the type of investment, as well as policies and institutions in the recipient country. Very important. Other findings, this is normal. Sabi nila, actually FDI comes in 4 forms. One is yung FDI in extractive industries, mining, oil, etc. One is FDI in infrastructure, building roads, building bridges, etc. One is in manufacturing and assembly, and the other form is FDI in services. Now, each of these, sinasabi ng mga eksperto, each brings such distinctive benefits, and here I'm quoting, such distinctive harms, and they pose such distinctive policy challenges that each must be analyzed on its own. Using, if you combine all of these FDIs and try to find one relationship between FDI and host welfare or the country's welfare, or FDI and total factor productivity, or FDI and growth rate, it will make no logical sense. Ayun ang sinasabi. And yet that's what is happening. You know, doing that leads to inaccurate, substantive conclusions and misguided policy implications. So, and they talk, so what this, if you separate these FDIs, ano ang nakikita nyo? Well, ang sinasabi nila, ang resulta ng mga saliksik is the FDI in firms, in extractive firms, and this also involves infrastructure. Mixed outcomes. Kasi it helped development in Indonesia, Botswana, Malaysia, that was their oil diamonds, Indonesia oil and Malaysia oil, but it did not help. It was problematical in Nigeria, Venezuela, Zambia, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sierra Leone, etc. In fact, a study in Indonesia, looking at this FDI by sector, nakita nila that mining, FDI in mining, had negative effect on growth, very significant. All right? Where am I? All right. So sinabi nila yan sa extractive. Ngayon, yung FDI that produces, yung dumadating ang FDI kasi enjoy sila sa domestic market, etc. It produces domestic market and relies heavily on subsidy or protection from competition. This kind of FDI is less likely to be beneficial and may even generate economic losses for the host country because yung FDI na ito ay gumagamit ng older technologies, operates under restrictions that raise costs, hinders exports, and reduce productivity gains. Ayun ang, that is the overall results of the studies. Now, the only FDI that is most often found to have a positive relationship with growth and development is FDI aimed at firms producing manufactured exports and operating in competitive global markets. Ayan. And our constitution does not have any restrictions on this. Manufacturing, totally free. So that's the one. That's the good FDI. And the Constitution allows it. I mean, totally. Nothing. So that's it. Now, ano naman ang Philippine experience sa FDI? Katakot-takot ng daming studies. And I get this from, I get most of this from the survey of literature done by Dr. Aldaba. By the way, Dr. Aldaba is now the Assistant Secretary of Department of Trade and Industry. She is an expert on competitiveness, on FDI, etc. You should ask her to come. All right. So, yung studies na ginawa during the early 1980s, critical impact on the economy. Looking at the period from 1945 to the 1970s. Ayan. Itong one study, Lindsay and Valencia, they did a survey of the literature. Ang conclusion nila, the argument that foreign investment has made substantial contributions, this is specific to the Philippines, to the economic development of the Philippines is a weak one. Significant costs and minor benefits are more the order of things. Ayan ang finding nila. And sabi naman ni, I think, Chit Subido in 1974, it is the rate of return that ayan ang talagang pinaka-significant variable that explains FDI to the Philippines. Kung maganda ang profit, papasok ka miski anong mangyari sa'yo. Now, ano naman yung 1980s nakita nila na very little FDI was coming to the Philippines and more to its Asian neighbors. So they were studying why was the FDI lagging behind ASEAN neighbors in attracting FDI. Ayon. Ito naman ang sabi ng mga saliksik. Sabi ni Lamberte, he found that a liberal legal framework is not enough to attract FDI in the country. It must be complemented by sound macroeconomic policies, particularly in managing economic growth, foreign exchange, wages. These were all found statistically significant in the regression analysis done. Ayan ang resulta for the Philippines. Ayan ang nangyayari. It's not just liberal legal framework, of course. Another study identified the factors that explain why Philippines failed to capture its share of FDI. Well, because in the Philippines, there was no positive relationship. I mean, there was a positive relationship between FDI and the level of protection. The more protected the level is, the more FDI there is. Stock of public investment, real gross remittance, that's pretty good. But there is a highly significant negative relationship between exports and FDI. Meaning to say, the more exports there are, the less FDI, or the more FDI, the less exports. That is a significant relationship. And there is a significant positive relationship between effective protection rate and FDI. Tapos, sabi naman ni Miranda, nag-review siya ng employment effects. Sinasabi, FDI will bring in employment. Yung pala, sabi ni Miranda, it was only less than 1% of total employment, both in 1983 and 1988. Then si Austria naman comes out and says, assess not only the impact of the country's FDI policies on FDI flows, trends and patterns, but most importantly, she examined the channels through which FDI affects economic development. What her conclusions with respect to the Philippines? FDI makes significant contribution to country's development, sabi niya, but its impact on technology transfer, productivity, domestic linkages, and employment are limited. This is for the country. This is the experience of the Philippines. Then sabi niya, the apparent lack of suppliers and poor logistics and infrastructure have been the major impediments to FDI. Not the restrictiveness. Tapos sabi niya, yung FDI na dumadating, hindi sila nag-create ng backward linkages and forward linkages. Sabi rin niya, employment contribution also remains small. These are the fact that there is the deleterious effects of FDI or not so beneficial effects. Tapos sabi niya, there was a positive relationship between foreign direct investment and total factor productivity. Very important, to increase productivity, but it was not significant. But sabi niya, actually, there was a significant negative effect of manufacturing FDI on total factor productivity growth. That means the theoretical relationship between FDI increasing productivity was not borne out by the facts in the Philippines. I'm sorry. I lost it. Okay. I cannot seem to change it. What's the next? Oh, ADB. Sabi ng ADB in 2004 and World Bank in 2005. This is about the Philippines. I cannot read that far. Let me now. Okay. Ayan. Tapos, sabi nila, it is very important to create an enabling environment and good investment climate with key factors such as macroeconomic fundamentals, infrastructure na naman, governance, and institutions. Then your Congressional Planning and Budgeting Office in 2003 identified the factors discouraging FDI: high cost of business, electricity, wages, corruption, high risks, including policy inconsistency, political instabilities, peace and order. Ayan ang sabi ng... So, then they examined the effect of kung magbigay tayo ng incentive, dadating ba ang FDI? Anako, sabi ni Lamberte at Aldaba, pinag-aralan nila, that the changes in the investment incentives regime are ineffective in attracting FDI. Sabi nung Reside, many of these incentives are redundant. Hindi kailangan talaga ito because the FDI will come because of the market size of the Philippines and because of the resources of the Philippines. They will try to come in anyway. Binibigyan pa natin ng incentives. And Aldaba concluded that in the country's complex investment incentive system, combined with poor investment climate, explain why the Philippines has performed badly in attracting FDI's inflows relative to its neighbors. And finally, in 2010, Aldaba talked about whether FDI generates positive spillovers. That means, technical transfers, technological transfers, skill transfer, knowledge transfer. Sabi niya that the empirical evidence that shows that based on the full sample, productivity spillovers take horizontally inside an industry, but there is no evidence that productivity or employment spillovers take place between backward and forward investment. Ayun ang sinabi niya. So, that is it. Sabi ni Aldaba, the government must continue to pursue policies to lower power and communication costs, to provide sufficient port systems, reduce travel time, offer travel and shipment options. In other words, to improve the country's investment climate, it is important that the government immediately focus, and this was said 12 years ago, not only on inadequate infrastructure, but on the country's low institutional quality, the corruption and inefficient bureaucracy that continue to constrain doing business in this country. I mean, all it says, sabi ni Subido, in 1974 pa, the FDI will come if there are profit opportunities. Never mind what happens. But, to make them come, to attract them, you have to make sure that the institutions are correct, there's adequate infrastructure. Bakit naman sila darating? Kung corruption, bayad sila ng bayad, etc. So, it's a very simple thing. You want FDI? Forget about restrictions. You just make the investment climate good, and they will come. And they will manage to overcome this. As I think that is what is said. I just said, please take note that in none of these studies was there ever any conclusion or finding that mentioned that the economic provisions of the Constitution was a binding constraint to the inward flow of foreign direct investment. Now, supposing we remove the binding constraints, all right? Will that open the doors to FDI? Tignan natin. The factors affecting investment, according to the World Investment Report, adequate infrastructure, skill levels, the human capital, the quality of the general regulatory framework, clear rules of the game, fiscal determination. That's it. They don't say, restrict, remove the restriction. Nothing. They don't bring that up. Ayan, ito na yung next. Makikita niya, the next one shows the table. Will you put it to the next one, please? The next slide shows the whole, ayan. You cannot see that. But those are all the determinants of FDI. You want to make that bigger? Can you make that bigger? There are host country. I just want to show you that there are about 25 or 27 determinants here. But sa policy framework for FDI, ang pinakauna is economic, political, and social stability. The rules regarding only come second. Standards, standards of treatment. Then there are economic determinants, yung market size. We are a very large market size, so we should be very attractive to foreign direct investment. We hope that there's market growth. Anyway, these are all the factors investing. Yung rules regarding entry and operations, only one out of so many rules. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Yung 12 foreign investment negative list natin enumerates 24 activities that are not allowed. And only 10 of those activities are restricted because of the economic provisions. But kung titignan niyo yon, only 5 really are worth determining. So 5 of 24 in the negative list are affected by constitutional provisions. Now, will liberalizing open the door to FDI? Tignan niyo ang nangyari sa ownership of land. Sabi nila, the foreigners are not allowed to own land, they'll not come. But they're allowed to lease land up to 75 years. What do they care about 100%? That is, and in control. Companies controlled with less than 40% of common stock is not unusual. PLDT and Transco, they're controlled. I mean, who is the chair of Transco? It's the chair of some Chinese government corporation in China. I cannot believe this. Because you said it's got to be, they only have 40%, so they will not control. They are in control. PLDT, well, now PLDT is now no longer, at least as of now, PLDT is no longer a public utility, hindi ba? They've removed it. So nawala na ang problema ng PLDT. Hindi kailangan changing ang constitution. Meron silang ginagawa na kayang-kaya. Tapos super majority, merong super majority. You are the lawyers, requirements on key decisions, they protect foreign shareholders. Hindi sila parang, they're left out in the open. And then the Philippines redefined boundaries of an industry. Electric power industry, before all of that was supposed to be a public utility. The APIRA law defined generation says it can be under foreigners. And now Republic Act, the latest 11659. All right. In mining, as I told you before, the financial and technical. And there are innovative financial instruments that allow beneficial ownership without voting rights. So, in other words, restriction does not represent a binding constraint. All right? Okay. Here it is now, the final, or not almost final. The claim that economic provisions of the Constitution have closed the door to FDI are not borne out by the facts. Foreign investors are in happy control or in beneficial ownership, either by liberal interpretation or by redefinition through legislation or the use of creative financial and other instruments. They want to come in, they'll come in. That's the point. Amending the Constitution is not likely to open any new doors to FDI because for all intents and purposes, they're already open. So it is not necessary to fool around with those provisions. Amending the Constitution will not bring in FDI unless the factors affecting FDI are addressed. So, meaning to say, amending the Constitution is not likely to open any new doors. It's not necessary to amend the Constitution. And the Constitution, the FDI will not come in if you amend it because, because there are other factors which mitigate against bringing in this foreign direct investment. All right? However, the costs of undertaking the amendments may be burdensome. Say, it's okay, why not? Oh, good. But there are costs. And I mentioned some of these. These are mine. This is not a study. These are mine. There are direct financial costs associated with the convening of the Constituent Assembly. There are direct financial costs associated with putting the amendment through plebiscite. Then there are the opportunity costs, time spent on this matter will reduce the time spent on other more impactful issues. My God, the Philippines in so much crisis. There is the risk also that the Constituent Assembly may widen the scope of their deliberations. Narinig ko si Ascuna, sabi niya, I'm only in favor of changing the provisions of the of the economic provisions of the Constitution. But once you convene a constituent assembly, the constituent assembly doesn't hold itself bound to anything that you say before them. They can open to everything. That's the problem. And they might bring in other things. I don't know what they will do. And if the amendments are passed as proposed in the resolution of Gatchalian, there is the risk of increasing, I beg your pardon, gentlemen, there is the risk of increased rent-seeking activities in the enactment of laws. There is also the risk of weakening already weak institutions. Those are the costs. So, let us now focus on the Gatchalian. Sabi ng first whereas clause ng resolution nyo, something about, the economy is doing all right, quote, amid improvements in governance. He said that. In other words, there are improvements in governance. And that phrase is not at all accurate. Corruption Perception Index and the Rule of Law Index shows the deterioration from 2014 or 2015 to 2021. And this is validated by the StatDev of the Philippine Statistics Authority. In other words, there was no improvement in governance and improvement in the rule of law. There was a marked deterioration. And I will show you. Here's the Corruption Perception Index. Next, please. Corruption Perception Index. 0 is the most corrupt and 100 is the least corrupt. All right? Ang Philippines 38. That is the highest our score was. It was achieved in 2014 and it has been going down since then. From when 2014, we were 85th out of 174 countries. In other words, we were in the top half of the 100, nasa more than half. We were not in the bottom. From 85th out of 174 countries, we have now deteriorated to 117th out of 180 countries. That's the deterioration in the Corruption Perception Index. In the Rule of Law Index, it's even worse. And these are targets of the Philippine Development Plan. Huh? Rule of Law Index. Noong 2015, 0.53 tayo. We were 51 out of 102 countries. deteriorate until 2021, we are 0.46 from 0.53 to ang laki nun. And we went down from 51 out of 102 to 102 out of 139. So I am just saying that the statement made in that resolution is an inaccurate reflection of the facts. There has been no improvement in governance. Okay. The second whereas clause, sabi, ganda nito, to sustain the growth of the Philippine economy, these restrictions need to be amended as they have constrained foreign direct investment. No evidence. Based on the 2020 OECD FDI Restrictiveness Index, Philippines is ranked as the third most restrictive in terms of FDI among 84 OECD countries. I would like to state that the OECD countries are not 84. They are only 38. The other 49 are 46 are non-OECD countries, including China and the Philippines. I hope that is changed. And then he says, we have one of the lowest FDI levels over the years. Parang he is relating all of that together, that because we have restrictiveness, we have low FDI. And I already showed that China for so long was number one restrictiveness and was the biggest recipient. It's still now the biggest recipient, and it's still one of the most restrictive. It's about number 10, 11. All right? So, it came out first, Regulatory Restrictiveness Index came out first in 97, then in 2003, 2006, and then yearly since 2010. China ranked number one most restrictive country from the beginning up to 2014. And still the largest. So you cannot say that the country's high ranking in that index means that it is scaling away FDI, as shown by the Philippines also. Okay, so the major takeaways here, mga anak, is the evidence from studies conducted both abroad and domestically do not support the underlying assumptions of the resolution that FDI will lead to growth and the other goodness, technological transfer, etc. And amending the Constitution is neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition to attract FDI and may entail burdensome costs. And finally, please do not use the OECD Regulatory Restrictive Index because it cannot be used to show that restrictiveness blocks FDI flows. If restrictiveness blocks FDI flows, China would not even be in that recipient, in one of the major recipient in Asia. Okay, that's it. All I'm showing is the evidence. I mean, I'm so sick of arguments, etc., and assertions. Di kailangan po. Hindi kailangan. Okay.
Napakaganda po ng inyong mga presentation. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Sa madaling usapan po, hindi nyo po sinusuportahan. Kahit ito pong sinasabi ng Kongreso din na unless otherwise provided by law. Well, definitely po. Apo.
Oo. So it's not necessary. So you want
Opo.
to put it And then you'll say, you give the power to Congress. And I'm saying, let's face it. Wow, everybody who wants to enter will be bribing, corrupting. That's what I meant when I said the rent-seeking activities might increase. You may not agree with me because maybe you are not participating in rent-seeking activities. But let's face it, that is the reputation. That's how it is. And even just sa mining na lang eh. You know, just investors. I'm saying that that this move, hindi ho necessary yan. But the investment climate is really bad in the Philippines. But it is not because of that restriction. It is because your infrastructure, you have corruption, you have weak institutions, you have government. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So why do it? Why do it? I don't understand. And if you do it and then you say, leave it to Congress, look what happened when we were trying to pass the excise taxes on cigarettes. It took 14 years, I think, something like that. I don't remember anyway. But there was so much lobbying and there was so much environmental whatever that was going on. You think that it's not going to happen with the big mines coming in, with the Chinese coming in, etc. And you're going to expose your institution to that kind of pressure? Please. I mean, that's where I'm coming from. The costs of amending that when it is not necessary are so much greater than you think that, it's not just a simple thing. Unless otherwise provided by law, okay na yan.
Bakit po kaya, ma'am, yan ang gustong hakbang ng hindi lang ng Kongreso, kundi ng Senado, yan po. Bakit po kaya nila itinutulak yan? Hindi po kaya, hindi
Since
po kaya,
2002,
hindi po
Yeah.
kaya,
1998.
kung kailanman po, hindi po kaya din natatagalan na sila for 34 years na nandoon po yung provision na yon, para sa kanila,
Well, I am saying
Opo.
that the studies show that it is not. They don't look at the studies. They don't, I mean, you have a PIDS, Philippine Institute for Development Studies. You've got a whole, you've got a whole literature all over the place. Pero hindi, sabi niya, foreign direct investment, okay na okay. Hindi ganun eh. Everybody realizes that, foreign direct investment is not all good. And, you want to make sure that, you get the right foreign. It's not only the quantity that's important, it's the quality of foreign direct investment. But unfortunately, in the Philippines, we neither have quantity nor quality.
Opo. Hindi po kaya, ma'am, sa 34 years, kasi parang 1987 Constitution, 34 years, kami po, lalong-lalo na po, si kasamang Senator Coco Pimentel, at kasama din po ang iba namin mga kasama sa PDP Laban, at pati po si kanina, si Secretary Clarita Carlos, yung pong aming opinion ay nagkakasundo doon sa opinion po ng studies po ninyo na may kinalaman po din lahat yan sa korupsyon. Kasi hindi po pwedeng wala yung korupsyon eh. Opo, lahat po may infrastructure, lahat. Opo, nandun po lahat eh. Kaya po ang aming mungkahi, kung aamendahan lang ang isang probisyon sa konstitusyon, ay hindi sapat ito.
Okay.
Ang amin pong nilalakad at ang amin pong sinusulong talaga ay revision. Apo.
respect your opinion, Senator Padilla.
Opo,
But I
opo.
stand by my opinion that it is neither necessary nor sufficient.
Pati po sa revision ng konstitusyon ay hindi po kayo...
Yes, why? I mean, is it necessary to change a constitution because it's 30 years old? I mean, the United States Constitution is over 200 years old. It
Pero
has
sila din
27
po-
amendments.
Opo.
Now you're wanting to.
Kasi po ang Amerika naman po ay sila ay presidential form pero federal sila. Nagkakaroon po ng kapangyarihan yung kanilang state para maggawa din ng sarili nilang mga batas. Hindi po ako nakikipagdebate sa inyo,
No,
ma'am. Ako po ay tagahanga po
no,
ninyo. Iminumungkahi lang po namin din.
Yeah.
Ako sa katotohanan po sa inyo pong pagpapaliwanag, nagkaroon nga din po ako ng kamulatan patungkol dito sa FDI Act, RTLA Act, pati dito sa Public Utility Act, na siguro nga sana wag ngang kontrahin ng Supreme Court maging epektibo ito sa ngayon na hindi pa po natin na isusulong pa itong revision ang ano ko lamang po kasi para sa akin ibinigay na po natin ang 34 years sa ating mga local investors. Tiwala, lahat. Sige, kaya nyo yan. Pero pag tinignan, sabi nga po nung bisita po namin, ang legend na si Attorney Christian Munsod, siya din po nagsabi, nung 2010, sabi niya hanggang 2016, ang taas ng labor activity o productivity ang taas sabi niya ang malungkot lang hindi umabot sa baba. Kumbaga, ang nangyari, ang kumita lang, ito lang mga investor, pero yung ating mga laborers and employees, hindi nagbago yung kanilang mga sweldo. Sabi nga po ng ating kagalang-galang na senador, kasi hindi tayo nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na yung mga nasa malalayong lugar, nagkaroon sila kumbaga ng say. Kumbaga, ang nagdidesisyon lang yung nandito sa central power, hindi umaabot tuloy. Kumbaga, ang naririnig lang natin palagi kung sino lang ang pinakamalapit doon sa central government. Yun po yung ang napakaganda po ng mga sinabi ni Attorney Christian Munsod. Actually, yun po yung nagtatak sa akin na bakit nga kaya ganun? Bakit nga kaya dito yung sinasabi natin na pag nagkakaroon ng pag-unlad, umuunlad lang yung mayaman na. yung mga mahirap, lagi silang naiiwan. Pagka ganun po kasi ang usapan, pag tinransmit mo siya ng mas malaki, ganun din sa bansa, sa mga lugar natin. Ang nagkakaroon lang ng pagkakataon, itong central power lang. Kung sino lang yung malalapit sa Manila, sila lang yung nababalatuan ng pag-unlad. Pero pagdating dun sa malalayong lugar, kung sino pa yung mahihirap, sila lang ang namamalimos. Yun lang po yung nakikita namin. May gusto po kayong sabihin na, Senator? Opo.
Yun yung mga scenarios nga na hinahanapan nga natin ng mas mabilis na solusyon sana. Kaya nga we're looking for, ako ma'am kasi, I believe that governance is an experiment, an ongoing experiment. We should be willing to adjust. So if it needs amending something as sacred as the Constitution, anyway, there's an article there allowing its amendment and revision. Kaya nga, that's why even the framers know that nothing is really fixed. Governance is an experiment. That's why I have an open mind. But ito lang dadagdag ko as a party man myself. Medyo mag-digress tayo, nakakatawa to dahil si Senator, our chairman mentioned is PDP Laban. I'm also PDP Laban. Yeah, but we do not meet. We do not meet with each other because we have an ongoing fight over the party. Yes, different factions. So, but as a party man myself, I should say that the PDP Laban's cause, since I've been a member since the 1980s, po, 40 years na po ako dyan, hindi talaga sa economic provisions nakatingin kami. Nakatingin kami actually sa political, structural change in the Constitution. So sa amin, there's really no escaping revision of the Constitution. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, use the mic. Ma'am, use the mic.
All I'm saying, you can revise the Constitution. All I'm saying is, if the purpose of the revision of that Constitution is to attract foreign investment, it's not going to happen. It's not sufficient, you see, no matter what. The thing is, you have to be attractive. And you are not attractive. Actually, senators, we're not even attractive to local investors because there is so much outgoing foreign direct investment. Our investors, our Filipinos, are sending money abroad to build plants, etc. China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, I don't know where they're going, Indonesia. In fact, sometimes the inflows of direct foreign investment from abroad are less than the outflows from our people. So if we cannot even attract our domestic investors to the Philippines, how do you expect the foreigners to come in? I don't understand where you're coming from. I really don't.
Yes.
If you're asking me, it will bring in foreign direct investment. Never. You have to do the other things first. Sorry.
Okay po.
Tama po yun,
Opo,
Mr.
tama.
Chairman. So yung sagot nga, klaro ang sagot ni Professor Monsod sa tanong. Will changing the Constitution, especially the so-called economic provisions, bring in FDI? Sagot categorically no. Okay. But the party is not worried because that has not been our intention from the very start. Hindi yun eh. That is not. Our intention is structure. We are looking, because governance is an experiment, we should be open-minded and be willing to change the Constitution, to look for a structure of government which will bring efficiency in government. Yung decision-making process is shortened. The decision-maker is closer to the source of the problem and the people, so that they will immediately feel the benefits of government's actions and decisions. So, in effect, nakatingin tayo, to really shorten this, nakatingin tayo sa the quality of life, the standard of living of the Filipino. Yun ang hinahanap natin. What will improve that? What is that? So, ang sagot ng partido for 40 years, federal form. Just a reminder to the newly elected EVP of the other faction in the party,
Except Senator Pimentel.
We are still one, my brother. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry po.
No, your father was the father of the local government code. That local government code gives so much power to the barangays, and that power has never been used. The barangay is parliamentary system where every citizen is a member. That's the closest thing to the basic democracy. And it hasn't, it's there. It's not been implemented. The local government the local government department, says you have to meet, and then gives them the agenda. That's not how it's supposed to be done. That's the local governments. They're the people. You can practice parliamentary democracy there. They're the people can actually say you can go out or change your laws or change the barangay, whatever it is. Ang ganda-ganda ng barangay, hindi ginagamit. Tapos gusto nyong palitan ang Pilipinas sa parliamentary na hindi nyo pa ina-examine kung paano nangyari na a parliamentary system at the barangay level has not worked. You have to build up, and this local government code has been enacted, I think, in 1992, 1991. Ang ganda-ganda. And plus with the Mandanas resolution, you really have autonomy. But never has anybody, is it the Philippine, what did you say? You Philippinize it or whatever? Whatever has happened, I think that's why look at what you have done. You're willing to postpone the barangay elections again. Talagang ini-small nyo yung pinaka basic what do you call it? The basic unit of democracy, which gives the people so much power, and yet they don't even know that it's there. How do you expect the Filipino people to all of a sudden be empowered by a parliamentary system? That all be stuck with this, ayan si Kapitan or si dynast, whatever. All your dynasts are going to be there. All of them.
Maraming salamat po. Alam niyo po, sa totoo lang po, yung local government code, isa po yan sa napakaganda. Dahil yan po talaga ang alam naman natin ang kalooban ng ama ng aking kasama na si Senator Aquilino Pimentel. Talaga pong dahil siya'y galing sa malayong lugar na nakita po niya na ang pagkakaiba ng pag ikaw ay malapit sa sentro ng gobyerno, ikaw ay makakakuha. Kumbaga kung malapit ka sa kusina, masarap ang pagkain mo. Kapag napalayo ka sa kusina, tira-tira na lang. Kaya po talaga noong 1991, punong-puno po siya talaga ng optimism na sinasabi, punong-puno siya talaga nung ginawa po niya yan. Pero nung 2005, kung makikita niyo po sa records ng Senado, siya mismo ang nagtutulak na ng federalismo. Siya na po yun. Isipin niyo po, napaka-ironic po from naniniwala siya dito sa local government code ng 1991, after 14 years, nag-file na siya ng... Opo. Ma'am. Opo.
I think that local government code has just not been implemented. And that's what will happen.
Opo.
You have so many laws and it's not being implemented, and they're not being implemented. I mean, this is not my area of expertise. I'm speaking as a citizen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And I think that there's so much opportunity that Constitution gives us to empower the people from the bottom. And we're losing it. And I don't know why you think that changing it from the top, and, I mean, you have to think about this. I mean, is it worth it? Why don't you start and find out whether it's working at the barangay level, and then say let's bring it up. If that is what makes a unit more efficient, then we can bring it up. You have pilot, you have tests, and yet the legislature is the first one to say, never mind, postpone barangay elections. You have let those barangay captains be there. If you postpone the elections, those barangay captains will be there for 6 years and 7 months. My God, longer than the president. And why do you do that?
Opo. Opo.
Now, for the record, I'm against postponing the...
Oh God.
Pareho po tayo. Kasi po talagang kami po talaga...
Wala pa sa plenary kasi. Wala pa.
Pero hindi ba?
Kami po talaga, ma'am, sa PDP Laban, kami po talaga, ang gusto namin ma-empower talaga ay yung mga nasa baba. Kaya nga po, kami po gusto po namin talagang ma-decentralize ang power talaga. Kasi sobra po talaga ang binigay nating power. Ma'am, sorry po, meron lang po tayong mga speaker na marami din daw po silang mic. Pakinggan lang po natin sila. Ma'am Neda, may tatanong lang po kami sa inyo. Kanina pa po namin pinag-uusapan dito ang patungkol sa amenda, ganyan, ano. Kung magkakaroon ng Constitutional Assembly. Meron na po ba kayong idea kung magkano ang gagastusin kung magkakaroon ng Constitutional Assembly o Convention? Halimbawa, Constitutional Convention, magkano po ba ang gagastusin dyan? Amount lang po, amount. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am Neda. Ma'am Neda, OIC Director. Pure. You're so pure.
Wow.
Estimate lang po. Kung sa palagay po ninyo, Ma'am Pure, kung magkano ang gagastusin kapag tayo ay magkakaroon ng CONAS o ng CONCON. Ma'am, naka-ano po kayo? Naka-mute? Hello? Hello, ma'am? Hindi pa ready si ma'am. Babalikan natin siya.
Hello, sir?
Ayun.
Where am I? Yes. Good afternoon.
Ma'am, baka bago mo...
Good afternoon,
iba na to. Ma'am Joy. Bago
Yes,
ma'am...
sir. I'm sorry. I had to switch to another laptop. It seems that my laptop microphone is not working right now.
Sige ma'am, bago po yung sagutin nyo yung tanong ko, baka may gusto po kayong sabihin sa discussion namin.
Yes, sir. As to your question, unfortunately, we do not have the figures yet on how much it will cost to...
Approximate lang, sa palagay ma'am. Hindi naman kailangan eksakto. More or less, more or less.
No, we really do not have the figures right now, sir. I'm sorry.
Sige. Sige ma'am, baka meron kang gustong sabihin sa haba ng pinag-usapan dito, baka may gusto kang i-share. Kakahiya naman sa'yo, kanina ka pa dyan, ma'am.
No, it's all right, sir. NEDA will submit its position paper in the course of the hearing, sir. We will be preparing as well.
Pabor ka ba sa amenda o hindi?
Sir, I will defer to my principals. As of now, we are preparing our comments on this.
Masyadong official.
Yes,
Masyadong official naman si Joy. O sige ma'am, thank you very much.
Pure. This is pure sa paen,
Si
sir.
Pure na ba to? Sorry. Okay, thank you ma'am. Meron na po tayong bisita na OFW. Gusto din po natin madinig ang opinion nila. Reminder lang po, Sir Orion, direct lang po sa chairman ang inyong mga sasabihin. Huwag po kayong direkta sa mga resource speaker. At you have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo ng ating pandinig. Maraming salamat po sa oportunidad na ito. Gusto ko lang pong ma-mention kasi kanina meron pong mga medyo pagkakamali po ang ating resource person na galing sa UP School of Economics. Meron po siyang nasabing 2 lang po daw ang mga bansang nagbago ng kanilang form of government, pero mali po yun. Marami po ang nagbago ng kanilang form of government over the years, lalo na pag tinignan natin ano yung nangyari ever since hanggang ngayon. Marami po, totoo, marami actually ang nag-change from parliamentary na nag-presidential dahil po sila ay na-impluensyahan ng USA dahil pagkatapos ng World War II, ang USA po ang lumabas na pinakamalakas na bansa at ang dami-dami mga bansang gustong gumaya sa USA. Kaya po, ang France, imbis na si Charles de Gaulle ay gumamit pa rin ng kanilang original na parliamentary system, ay nag-semi-presidential po sila. Marami po mga bansa sa Africa, napadaan nga po sila sa military dictatorship at ang kanilang military dictator ay nag-presidential system. Yung sa Zimbabwe, itong si Mugabe ay dating parliamentary system sila. Nag-presidential siya dahil mas gusto niya ng unilateral decision making, which hindi niya magagawa nung dati pa sila ay parliamentary. So, marami pong mga bansang nagkamali sa kanilang ginawa na nag-presidential sila at marami ngayon, yung mga bansang yan na nasa Africa ay nagsisisi ngayon. Kaya nga po doon sa loob ng Uganda, sa loob ng Kenya, sa loob ng Nigeria, sa Nigeria po ang lakas po ng kanilang diskusyon na gusto nilang bumalik sa pagpa-parliamentary system. At i-add po natin dyan, marami po mga bansang galing sa ex-Soviet bloc na gumagamit talaga, dumaan po sa pag-presidential, tapos gumamit sila, nakita nila hindi pala magandang presidential dahil masyadong dictatorial yung dating, dahil unilateral ang decision making. Nag-decide sila na mag-semi-presidential at later on nag-parliamentary sila. Ito po yung, kasama po dyan yung Kyrgyzstan, kasama po dyan ang Armenia, kasama po dyan ang Georgia. Nandyan din po ang mga Latvia at Estonia na dating communist dictatorship yung dating, tapos nag-parliamentary na lang sila. Ang Moldova, dating presidential, naging parliamentary. Marami po, pati sa former Warsaw Pact. So, sasabihin lang po natin, totoo talaga na ang datos po, pag titingnan po natin ang lahat ng mga studies, actually hindi po siya 50-50 ang lumalabas eh. Parang nasa 80 or 90%. Pag naghanap tayo ng mga political literature, makikita natin 80 to 90% po ay pabor sa parliamentary. Tapos ito pong mga minimension po ni Mrs. Monsod ay yung po yung mga fringe po. Fringe.
Sir Orion, address lang po natin ng chairman.
Yeah po. Pero na-mention ko lang po kasi na yun po yung na-mention po niya. Okay, so yun po, hindi ko po siya mismo kausap. I'm just referring to her in the third person. So, kitang-kita po na mas maganda talaga ang parliamentary system. Ang dami po nating mga studies na nandyan. Nandyan po yung sinabi ni, unang-una si Fred Riggs, sinabi talaga niya na mas maganda ang parliamentary kaysa sa presidential. Ganon din si Dr. Juan Lintz, pati si Dr. Arendt Leiphart, pati si mismo ang pinakasikat na itong si Francis Fukuyama, paulit-ulit niyang pinagsasabihan. Meron pang isang study na mukhang nakalimutan po ng ating mahal na profesorang galing sa UP School of Economics na itong study ni na Richard McManus at Gulgin Ozkan. Who does better for the economy, presidential or parliamentary? Overall, our results in this section establish that macroeconomic outcomes in parliamentary regimes are superior to those under presidential systems. Nakalimutan po niya yan at mukhang ginagawa ay yung mga fringe studies, yung po ay parang pinapamukhang mas importante kaysa dun sa majority na pro-parliamentary. At isa pong yung study po yung kay Person and Tabilini, nakalimutan po na dito sa study na ito, ang sinasabi daw mas mahal daw ang government spending, lumalabas na hindi na factor ng dalawang researcher na ito na ang mga parliamentary system na na sinama sa study na yan, ay majority sa kanila ay naka-proportional representation. Natural po na kung naka-proportional representation ang sistema, mostly coalition governments po ang lumalabas sa kanila. And dahil doon, ang nangyayari ay mas mahal nga talaga ang government spending dahil mas maraming mga sektor at mga grupo ang kinakailangan bigyan ng pansin. Hindi katulad nung sa mga tinatawag natin majoritarian electoral systems, which is usually what happens sa mga presidential system dahil po winner take all po yan. Kumbaga, sa winner-take-all system, kahit hindi siya nanalo ng absolute majority, ang nangyari sa kanya, kaunti lang yung kanyang lamang sa mga rest, yung kanilang kagustuhan lang ang napapakinggan. Kaya kakaunti lang ang nagiging share ng ibang mga sektor. Kaya yun po ang nangyayari na lumalabas na so-called mas mataas ang expenditure daw ng mga gumagamit ng parliamentary system. Bunga nga dahil sa Europa, marami sa kanila gumagamit ng proportional representation. Secondly, hindi naman po masama ang government's expenditure. Lumalabas po dyan, mas, ibig sabihin, pag may kinakailangan tulay, kinakailangan mga roads and bridges, mga schools, nagagawan po. Mas nakaka-reach po siya sa mas maraming tao. Hindi po ibig sabihin na porket higher ang government expenditure, ay masama na yun. Yun po ang isang conflationary tactic na nangyari. So, alam po natin na yung kay John Gehring and Stromthacker, sinasabi po nila, moving from a presidential to a parliamentary system would lower the expected outcome of corruption. Ito po yung pinag-uusapan na mas lower ang corruption pag nag-presidential, pag nag-parliamentary. Pag presidential, mas mataas po ang corruption. Ganon din sa, na-mention po ni mahal na profesora from the Economics Department of UP, yung study ni na Daniel Lederman, Norman Loaiza at Rodrigo Reyes Suarez, ganun din po sinasabi, parliamentary systems are all associated with lower corruption. May marami pong ibang mga studies na ganyan din, paulit-ulit. At alam po natin na kapag tayo po ay gumawa ng listahan ng mga worst countries versus the best countries, karamihan sa mga worst countries, regardless of which performance index ang pinag-uusapan natin, be it corruption or be it GDP per capita, be it property rights respect or etc. Human development, majority po ng nasa top performing countries doon ay laging majority parliamentary. Tapos yung mga bottom performing naka-presidential or semi-presidential. All across the board po yun. Alam na po natin yan. So, sasabihin ko rin po, tungkol dun sa economic liberalization, ako po ay bilang OFW, kitang-kita ko po yung problema. Kaya nga ako naging OFW. Dahil kakaunti lang ang trabaho sa Pilipinas. Kaya nga, pinag-aralan ko anong ginagawa ng ibang mga bansa kasi nakakahiya na. Dito sa Singapore, ang sikreto ng kanilang pagiging mayaman, dati sila mas mahirap sa atin, ay yung pagpapasok ng maraming mga foreign direct investors. So, ito po, ang pagkakamali kasi iniisip lagi na the anti-FDI restrictions in the Constitution don't really make any difference. Actually, it's all about perceptions. Gaya ng sinabi ni Imelda Nicolas, it doesn't have to be true, it just has to look like that. Itong mga anti-FDI restrictions sa Constitution, yung po yung isa sa mga unang nakikita ng mga multinational corporations. At pag nakita nila, gumawa sila ng side-by-side comparison sa kada bansa dito sa ating rehiyon at sa buong mundo, tayo po ay natatalo, tayo po ay natatanggal sa shortlist dahil tayo lang ang kaiisang bansang mayroong numerical anti-FDI restrictions in the Constitution. Para sa kanila, masama po yung dating sa kanila, parang ibig sabihin hindi nyo talaga pa kami gusto. Sa ibang bansa, wala silang nakikitang ganun. Nasa legislation lang, kung meron man sila, at usually, yung mga legislation na yon ay parang may maraming mga exception to the rule, tapos hindi kasing grabe ng 60-40. Paminsan nga, sinasabi na lang nila, may ibang country na ganyan, 30-70. Sasabihin, pwede rin pumasok sa sektor na ito, basta't bigyan nyo lang kami ng 30% dun para sa mga locals. May ganyan pa sila na parang binibigyan nila ng majority yung foreigner. Kasi gusto talaga nila ng capital, gusto nila ng trabaho. Yung po ang kailangan natin. Yung po ang dami-daming mga na-mention na analysis, paralysis po. Ang ating mahal na profesorang galing sa UP School of Economics, na sa sobrang daming yan, napaparalyze po sila. Pero ako lang mismo, ordinaryong OFW ako, nakikita ko ang ibang mga bansa. Ito po ang bentaha ko. Nakikita ko po ang nangyayari sa ibang bansa. Nakikita ko na pagbukas sila, mas maraming trabaho. At pag mas maraming trabaho, mas mataas ang mga sweldo. Kaya ako dito ako sa Singapore, kitang-kita ako. Sa travels ko, nakikita ako. Tayo lang ang napag-iiwanan. Bakit? Tayo lang ang may anti-FDI restrictions in the Constitution. Yung po, tapos itong mga workaround na ginagawa, they are only workarounds. Kung pakikinggan po natin ang matagal nang sinasabi ng Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce and Industry sa Pilipinas, ito po, sabihin si John Chambers ng American Chamber of Commerce, yung dating si Mr. Schumacher, ngayon si Lars Wittig na sa European Chamber of Commerce, o yung iba't iba, tanungin nyo po sila, paulit-ulit lang sasabihin, tanggalin ninyo ang mga restrictions sa Constitution dahil masama ang kanyang, tawag nito, ang perception po na nangyayari. So, yun lang po, marami po sana akong papakita dito na ebidensya, no? Pero alam ko konti lang po ang oras natin. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ginoong Tagapangulo, maraming salamat din po sa ating resource speaker na galing sa UP School of Economics dahil na at least man lang nagbigay din siya ng mga studies na pabor nga sa parliamentary system. Sana nga lang ay hindi pinamukhang equal dahil lumalabas overwhelming, gaya lang ng sabi ng aking mentor na si Professor Clarita Carlos, overwhelming and preponderance of evidence na mas maganda talaga na mag-parliamentary system. kaysa sa presidential. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Sir Orion, sa iyong presentasyon. Ngayon po ay baka meron pong gustong... Yes, ma'am.
My discussion about the parliamentary, when talking about Cyprus and Sri Lanka, this took place between 1962 and 1998. I said that. We are talking about, and if there are any other countries who have shifted, I would like to have a list from him. So that, simple. I mean, you know, it's fact. If there are any other countries, let's see whether they've shifted from presidential to parliament, and I would love to have that additional information. Now, with respect to what I summarized the studies, and I wish that Mr. whatever his name is, tell what the studies are. There was no attempt on my part to be pro-parliament or anti-parliament. And I would like to please state what the conclusions are. Diyos ko.
Sir Orion, pakipadalan mo po kami noong
Please, let's,
opo,
I mean,
Sige po.
ng mga
studies.
records po ninyo.
I cannot stand these assertions and etc.
I think Professor Mansod need not restate the 6 conclusion. Nasabi na po yun.
Yeah.
Okay na po.
But please make certain that these conclusions show no significant difference or significant differences. That's all.
Correct. We claro. Actually, si Mr. Dumdum nga, since we are both pro-parliamentary system, actually we should not actually worry about the inputs na the 2 countries mentioned, Cyprus and Sri Lanka, are not even good models for the presidential system. Itong nangyari sa Sri Lanka recently, economic collapse. Ano isang factors? Marami daw factors, but one factor, abuse no isang pamilya which captured political power for 20 years din yata. Under a presidential form of government. So that's one of the reasons given. So gumanda pa nga sa kausa natin eh. Sa kausa ng mga pro-parliamentary, if these are this is the facts given to us, mas maganda pa, mas pabor pa sa atin because we cannot make Sri Lanka as a good model to continue with presidential form of government. And then with Cyprus, the second country mentioned, Mr. Chairman, I don't hear anything extraordinary naman about that country. Na dapat gamitin din siya as model for presidential form of government. So, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I did not cite them as models. I simply said that of those who shifted government, it was from parliamentary to presidential. Now, if there are others after 1998 that shifted, I'd really like to know, and you should get the list to make sure to find out where was the shifts. That's
or before 62. Kasi 1962 yung start ng sayo.
Yeah.
Before 62 and after 1998.
Before 62 and after 1998. No problem. But please, let's just...
Sandali lang, Sir Orion, sandali lang. Ma'am. Tapusin niyo.
Let's just make sure that everybody who makes statements in this forum backs up their statements by the necessary studies, unless the resource person made the study himself. I don't know.
Sir Orion.
Yes po, meron po akong maraming mga studies dito. Linagay ko po dito sa chat natin. Nandito po sa aming website, yung aming PDF library. Meron po kaming around 30 or more na studies na na-collect namin. Nandun po sa loob ng correctphilippines.org/PDF_library.
Sir Orion, pakipadala niyo po sa amin ang
Opo.
lahat ng
Nilagay
yan.
ko po dito sa chat po. Nandito
Link
po
lang,
sa
link,
chat.
link.
Opo, nasa link po ng chat dito. Siguro may taga-secretariat po, baka kaya nilang makuha para maipadala sa lahat. Nandito po siya sa chat, pinasok ko. At makikita po na mahal na profesorang galing sa UP School of Economics, makikita po niya.
Excuse
na
me,
Marami
Mr.
po
What is
ang
his
mga-
name?
I'm Orion
Orion
Perez
po.
Dumdum,
Yeah.
ma'am. I'm an
I'm not-
OFW.
Sir Orion, may sinasabi si ma'am.
Yeah. No, just give me the studies. I look at them, right? None of this, I'm looking at it from the ground. You mean to say, if you are not a poor person, you do not know what a poor person undergoes? Is that what you're trying to say? You have to be
I
from
never
the
said anything like
ground?
that, ma'am.
Unbelievable.
Wala naman po, okay naman po.
Yes,
Opo.
please.
Apo, Sir Orion, maraming salamat ha. Hintayin namin ha, pakipadala yung link.
Opo, dadala po na po ang link.
Okay, salamat
Listahin
po.
ko rin po yung mga bansa na sinabi kasi marami po mga bansa na
Sige, salamat ha, Sir Orion ha.
Opo.
Ma'am Neda, Ma'am Pure, Director Pure, pwede pong padalan niyo po kami na sa madaling panahon kung magkano ang aabutin ng CONAS o ng CONCON?
Yes, yes, Chair. Actually, I think it will also depend on the Senate, on Congress, because figures like this will be determined by the number of delegates that you're proposing to have in the event that it will be a constitutional convention. So it will also depend on your proposal.
Kahit unahin mo na yung CONAS kasi sa CONAS naman 3/4 lang yun. 3/4 ng Congress saka 3/4 ng Senate. Kahit unahin mo na yun, ma'am, meron lang kaming mapag-usapan na next hearing kung magkano talaga. Yung CONCON, sige, pag-uusapan namin ni Senator Coco tsaka ni Senator Francis kung ilan ba dapat ang CONCON. Pero sa ngayon, meron naman sa konstitusyon natin sinasabi 3/4 ang CONAS. So ma'am, may bilang ka na nun. Ang bilang nun, siguro sa Congress 240 votes, di ba? 3/4 eh. Opo.
Mr. Chairman, kung pwedeng
We will also-
Ma'am, Director, siguro yung current membership ng House of Representatives sa district representatives, yun. Ganun kalaki po yung yung Constitutional Convention. Yun po yung para makaumpisa kayo ng
CONCON niya.
Computation ninyo. Di ba, ang tanong nyo sa amin, you cannot compute until and unless sabihan kayo how large the Constitutional Convention will be. Ang guide natin dyan, yung number of district representatives sa House of Representatives. So para sa computation ko, 252 members.
But you also have to
Yes, ma'am.
give them an idea of how long that is going to last.
Yes,
If it lasts, when the 1971 Constitutional Convention, whatever it was, how long did it last?
3 years siya.
3 years.
3 years po. 3 years. 71 to 73.
meron pong sa research po ng staff ko, June 1, 1971, yung convention was convened. So kalahating taon na yun. No? And then, presented to the President December 1, 1972. Lagay na natin, rough estimate,
1.5 years.
rough estimate natin, 18 months. 1.5 years.
Hindi mangyayari yan.
Anyway, just lang to start
Study lang po.
to start the computation. Madali naman natin i-divide na yan by 18 on a per month. So extension per month, ito yung cost niya. So just to have a working estimate.
Ma'am,
Well,
okay po,
right,
ma'am.
Chair. It's just that based on initial uh, research on the internet on some of the proposals that were submitted before by our lawmakers on creating or resorting to a con. There have been several, like for example, the House Bill of then our Congresswoman Senator Arroyo at that time, that was HB 486. It provided for
1,000 ano
the
yun?
exact number of delegates. I think in her HB it indicated 48, and I think she also indicated a budget of
Ma'am, matagal na yan.
2 billion.
2005
So
pa yata yan,
yes,
ma'am.
sir, I'm just stating that uh, the proposal had a fixed number, and that is where the figures were computed. But we will work on the figure that you provided of 252 delegates.
Oo.
But yes, I would
Okay naman na yun. Okay na yun, ma'am. Hindi naman tayo kailangan maging precise muna. Kailangan lang natin mag-work lang tayo sa malaman lang natin. Ma'am ha, hindi kita masyadong pahihirapan, ma'am. Ano lang. Para lang may mapag-usapan tayo, di ba?
we'll try to look into that, sir, because it's also, as our resource person, Ma'am Winnie, also mentioned, it's also important to factor in the duration of the whole process. But okay, sir, we will look into that and we'll work on your request.
Okay na yun, ma'am. 1.5 year. Ano na yun? Kunin na natin yung ganap noong 1973 Constitution. Kunin na natin yung ganap doon. 252 members, 18 months. Okay, ma'am? Ma'am Joy? Ma'am Pure? Sorry,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is noted.
Pakilista mo na lang. 252 members, 18 months. Opo, kon yun. Hello, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay na, ma'am. Okay. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Masyado na po natin kinuha yung oras ni Professor Munsod. Meron pa po kayong gustong idagdag, ma'am?
No, I just wanted to say how many legislative assistants will you give them? That has to be factored in. And then where will they be housed? That will
Opo.
have to be factored in. It's going to be a large
Sum of money.
We can't hear.
Nung panahon ni ma'am, paki-off po yung inyong sound, ma'am. Ma'am Joy, yung pong paki-mute. Ma'am Pure. Sorry. Hindi, ma'am, kasi nakalagay doon, Joy. Naguguluhan ako. Okay. Yung pong may experience na po tayo na magkano lang yung ginastos nung huli nating mga bisita. Nagpa-concom din concom pala yun. Gumastos lang sila ng 50 million. Sila, yung panahon ni concom lang yon. Chief
Sa Commission to Study lang.
concom lang yon. So ma'am, antayin namin ma'am Pure. Okay, kung meron pa pong gustong idagdag yung ating mga kasama, Senator.
Hindi lang, gusto ko lang sabihin, hindi talaga natin ito matatapos sa just a few meetings. So I encourage the chairman to continue with these hearings on this subject matter. So congratulations once again, and then tuloy-tuloy po natin ito. Because of the committee hearings, marami naman ang nagsusubaybay, at least dahan-dahan yung kaalaman about constitutional concepts, lumalaki rin at lumalago. So, meron din pong kabutihan na resulta nitong ating mga committee hearings. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Coco Pimentel, ang ating bar top notcher. Siyempre po, yung sino pa ba ang nandyan sa online? Ma'am Neda, Ma'am Pure,
Yes, sir.
meron po kayong gustong huling pananalita?
For now, sir, regarding the request for NEDA to do the computation, maybe we can just get in touch with your office as well because we might be needing certain details
Opo,
so that
opo,
the
yes, ma'am.
computation can be done with sufficient basis. As our resource person also mentioned, Ma'am Winnie, she said it's important to determine, yes, I think there are costs that you should have to factor in, and some of this information will have to come from your office, sir.
Sige po, ma'am. Very close coordination po sa inyo. Yun lang po.
Yes, sir, that's all from us.
Okay, salamat po. Sir Orion, baka meron po kayong gustong sabihin?
May last lang po akong gusto ipakita na ano dito.
Boss, 2 minutes
Very
lang,
short.
2 minutes
2
lang,
minutes
boss.
lang. Bilisan ko lang po. Papakita ko lang po itong... Ay, hindi papakita ito. Ito po, no? Nakikita nyo po ba itong... Ay, share. Ayan. Nakikita nyo po ba itong ano ko dito? Pinapakita ko?
Wala pa po kami nakikita po.
Hindi pa lumalabas. Okay. How foreign companies used to enter a country. Nakikita pa ba?
Ayan. Sige po,
Ayan po,
okay na.
okay. So, meron po mga nagsasabi, no? Hindi naman natin kailangan ng tanggalin yung mga foreign investment restrictions dahil sa constitution dahil pwede naman pumasok ang mga manufacturing, no? Pero ito po ang problema. Ang kanilang outdated na pag-iisip ay galing sa 1960s hanggang 1980s. Dahil sa dati po, ang mga multinational corporation, pag pumasok po sila sa isang bansa, ay mag-isang kumpanya yun. Isang kumpanya, isang single entity. So, and it is listed as, it is categorized as a manufacturing company. Kaya napapasok siya, so okay lang. Pero nagbago na po ang estilo ng pagpasok ng mga corporation. At ako po mismo, dahil nagtatrabaho po ako sa corporate world, isa po akong IT project manager sa isang multinational corporation, nakita ko po na hindi na po sila pumapasok ng mag-isa. Pumapasok po sila as an entourage of numerous different smaller companies. So kung ang Apple po ay pumasok sa isang bansa, hindi po siya pumapasok si Apple mag-isa. Pumapasok po si Apple bilang yung tagabigay ng general intellectual property guidance at saka yung mga governance ng paano ginagawa. Tapos may outsourced manufacturer usually na hindi si Apple, si Foxconn ang papasok. Tapos may ibang mga kumpanya, Deloitte and Touche, na accounting, ganyan, may HR management, iba-iba. Tapos may other ancillary companies. Ang problema po dyan ay dahil dito sa itong Article 12, Section 10, ito po ang nagiging rason kung bakit sila nag-iisip na nako, mukhang hindi tayo sure kung baka nagbago bigla ang foreign investment negative list ng Pilipinas at baka yung isa sa mga subsidiaries natin ay hindi mapapasok. So kung may isang entourage tapos may isa o dalawa na hindi pwedeng ipapasok na kasama ng buong entourage, yung buong entourage ay hindi na lang papasok sa Pilipinas. So doon na lang po sila pumupunta sa mga bansa tulad ng Malaysia o sa ibang mga Vietnam, mga ganyan. Dahil sa kanila, bukas na bukas sila at wala po silang ganitong klaseng Article 12, Section 10 na nagsasabi na parang regularly magbubukas tayo ng bagong mga rekomendasyon para pagbawalin or pahirapan ang pagpasok ng ilang kumpanya depende sa kanilang sektor. Ito po yung tinatawag nating sword of Damocles. Pasok siguro kayo ngayon, pero baka mamaya may magbago ang ihip ng hangin at biglang mapasok ang sektor ng inyong kumpanya at baka masama kayo sa mga hindi pala pwede. So yun po ang rason bakit talagang kinakailangan tanggalin ang mga ito sa konstitusyon. Dapat sa legislation lang sana ito. At tayo lang po, kasi ang kaiisang bansa, mukhang sa whole world po yata, tayo lang po ang mayroong ganitong klaseng restrictions sa loob ng saligang batas. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Magre-review lang po tayo, no, patungkol doon sa final ni Senator Win Gatchalian, yung sinabi po ng NEDA, ni Sir Bien, wala silang contradiction. Ang atin pong representative ng NSA, malinaw po na sinabi nila na wala, it will not affect the country. Kang amendahan po natin yon. Ang malinaw din po ang sinabi ng ating mahal na Profesora Munsod na sinabi niya, no need to amend. Wala, hindi na kailangan sapagkat ito ay kumpleto na. Ang dapat lamang ay harapin yung mga issue ng study nilang ginawa katulad ng political structure, yung corruption, yung marami pa, maraming mga bagay na nakakaapekto diyan sa FDI. Meron po, tama po ba, ma'am? Okay. Sige po, ma'am.
Sa PowerPoint presentation, you can look at every item. It is verifiable.
Yon. Basta ang malinaw kay Profesora, hindi kailangan amendahan. Walang problema.
Walang nangyayari
Ayun.
kung hindi nagawa yung iba.
Ayun. Yun. Doon naman po pumapasok ang posisyon ng aking kasama na si Senator Coco Pimentel. Malinaw din po niyang sinabi na ang aming posisyon ay lahat. Hindi po ito pag pinag-uusapan lamang ang economic provision. Ang gusto natin ay magamot kung ano yung sinasabi ni Profesora na naging problema na nagdulot ng pagkawala ng foreign direct investment. At yun po ay yung pag-revision ng konstitusyon. Yun naman po yung sa amin. Ngayon, ang meron lang po akong panghuling salita. Baka meron pong panghuling salita si ano. Ito lang po para po sa kaalaman ng ating mga nanonood kasi marami pong mga kababayan natin ang nanonood patungkol dito. Konting background lang po. Ako po ay hindi po ako, wag niyo po akong tingnan na baka ako ay ano na nangyari sa akin. Hindi po. Ito lang po ang istorya, no? Noong 1978, bunga po ng 1973 Constitution, nagkaroon po tayo ng interim batasang pambansa. At noong 1984, naging elected na po. At kasama po dyan ang tatay ko, si Assemblyman Roy Padilla Sr. At nagbunga po nito, parliament po sila nan. Unicameral po sila niyan. Wala pong Senado, walang Kongreso, iisang body lang po sila, mga mahal kong kababayan. At noong 1986, bunga po ng parliament na to, diyan po sinasabi natin nagkaroon ng people power. Yan po nagbunga dahil doon sumikat yung mga tinatawag natin na iniskandalo na si Presidente Ferdinand Marcos ng kanyang mga medalya, ng kanyang mga hidden wealth, dyan na po naglabasan yon. At siyempre, bunga po nito, nagkaroon ng snap election at nagkaroon po ng people power, nagkaroon po ng 1987 Constitution. Ngayon, kung bibilangin nyo po yun, dahil po sa 87 Constitution, nakabalik din po ang mga Marcos. At ang atin pong Pangulo ngayon ay si Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Ang gusto ko lamang pong sabihin dito ay yung 1987 na Constitution na sinasabi po natin na yun ang ibinunga noong people power na magmula sa Freedom Constitution ni Presidente Cory Aquino at gumawa sila ng 1987 Constitution na 34 years. Mga mahal kong kababayan, ang atin pong Pangulo ng Pilipinas sa ngayon ay ang junior ni Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Doon ko lang po tatapusin muna. Hindi ko po kayo i-impluwensyahan kung ano ang gusto niyong sabihin, kung ano ang gusto niyong isipin, kung ano man ang konklusyon po ninyo. Basta po ako, sa amin na nandito, lahat po ng sinasabi ng bawat isa ay para po sa kaalaman nating lahat. Yun po, kailangan pong namnamin po ninyo lahat. Kasi ang may kinalaman po ito sa kasaysayan, mga mahal kong kababayan. At ang isang bagay na may kinalaman sa ating kasaysayan, yan po ay kayamanan natin. Kaya yun lamang po, wala pong nag-aaway dito, wala pong kontrahan dito, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga bisita na talaga pong nagbibigay sa atin ng mga study, talaga pong mga tinatawag natin pinag-aralan. Mga ano po ito, mga propesora po ito na galing sa katulad po ng ating propesora na si Professor Munsod, nandyan din po si Secretary Clarita Carlos, mga propesora po yan ng University of the Philippines. Binigyan po nila tayo ng pagkakataon, ng oras para marinig po natin sila. Sa katotohanan, kayamanan na po yun nating lahat. At bilang pagtatapos, na nasa konstitusyon din po, lahat po tayo ay may freedom of expression. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. At ito pong hearing na to ay pansamantala po nating sinususpend. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat.